Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Get the different applications running. Minimizes the thingy-majiggy. Hopefully this program still works. It would be really embarrassing if it didn't. Nope, cool, the program still works. And I totally forgot it was an Unreal game. And AMD Evolve and all that kind of nonsense. I will need to do my best. Hi everyone, welcome, welcome. Hopefully everyone is doing alright. Happy Wednesday. Good bimbo rating there, Omega, 74%. Good to see, good to see. How is everyone doing? I will be frank with you. I have had a... It's been a, how would I describe the last, like, few days? Oh my god, the last time I played this game was back in January. Brain, you can do this, Brain. You can do the whole, you know, having a conversation with people and what have you. The last few days, I've just had this, like, feeling of, like, you know, just... I don't know if melancholy would be the correct way to describe it. But it's on stream, yeah. I don't know if melancholy is the correct way to describe this, but, like, there's just been a few days where it's just, like, you know, maybe I don't want to go into work today. Maybe I want to just, like, you know, catch up on, like, me time, like, sleeping, and just, like, you know... A part of me is also worried that I might be trying to, like, reminisce and shit like that. Like, remember Star Wars? Remember Jedi Survivor? Remember Mass Effect? Remember being excited for video games? Like, I don't know. Being a weirdy kind of feels the last day or two, and it doesn't help that, like, on my way to trivia last night, I almost, like, fell down the stairs. So, like, I'm just constantly, like, like, you know, I'm just, like, not scratching, but just, like, rubbing an area of my arm that decide to go, like, thwack into, like, a into the you know, into the, like, the handrail or something, because I was, like, holding my phone or something like that, and then I just went, and then I missed a step, and my body, like, caught itself, so my left ankle, like, you know, almost rolled or something like that, but then my right arm just went bonk, bonk, and I was able to grab it just in time. So, yeah. Also, why does my... there we go. Hi there, Bookie.
Tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much for the 16-month sub. I greatly appreciate it. I see you're using the huff shake emote, which is really cool. I'm glad that with subscriptions, you don't have to deal with any advertisement, and you get to utilize all of these fun, cool emotes. So hopefully you got a favorite by this point. But yeah, like, I'm just sort of like grabbing at my forearm at times, and I'm just going, like, you know, oh, like, just sort of like rubbing my fingers over it, just like trying to figure out, like, is this just bruised, or did I actually, like, fracture something? I feel like if I fractured something, I would most certainly know while I'm, like, working at my desk job and such like that, because of the whole, like, you know, clickety clackety, like, pressing keys on the keyboard stuff. The fun has arrived. Oh, hello there, Wild Saber. Hello, hello. Hopefully you're doing all right. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go straight into the video games and what have you. So yeah. Oh my god, why is this zoomed in so much? Oh my god, it's not even doing the full screen thingy-majiggy correctly either. Hang on, is there a... No, there isn't. There we go. Options, graphics, windowed full screen at 1440p, very high quality, locking the frame rate because of virtual sync, highlighting important objects, enemy bars. Audio is fine, doing dialogue subtitles, we're doing medium difficulty, and we're using we're using controller because, you know, kind of used to it at this point. So yeah, this is like Elizabeth Comstock. We were, you know, ordered by some random figure to be like, oh hey, get the girl and wipe away the dead. So yeah, you'll know if you break something. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Warhorse. Cute little comment set in the 60s, a boy rabbit nerd and a jock wolf raised. Just on that, like, little quick premise, that sounds like a reverse age of, or sorry, not reverse age, but a reverse, reverse gender of Beastars. Oh my gosh. Alright, can she open this? No, she requires a lock.
Find some genuine lockpicks. I might be able to get this door open.
You mean a lockpick that was...
Need a lockpick. On the other side.
You found a lockpick. Here are 5 more for playing Industrial Revolution. Oh, cool.
Done.
Thank you for just giving me free lockpicks. Alright, Alright, so we can do shield or salt. I'm gonna go more salt, please.
Better already.
And then take all. And yeah, we're gonna be looking all over the place. Also, I'm glad that I don't have the annoying song in the background anymore. What in the actual... Why is there a World War I soldier among, like, Crusader imagery? Like, that's...
Can you open this, Elizabeth?
That won't take but a minute.
Ooh.
All done.
Alright, search. Nice. Alrighty. Columbia Security. Yeah, as if that's working. Ooh.
Days at Comstock House was simple. Hard work, sure, but simple. Wringing the linen, scrubbing the floors. Lady Comstock, she even had a kind word now and then. Almost enough to make me think I had a place in their world.
Hello.
Hi, Goldie.
Girl, so he could have something to play with.
Grab some coffee, soda. But yeah, just as Easter Bunny for the nerd. Okay. Just more about the 60s comic. I'm not... I've been meaning to, like, maybe try and get back into, like, DC comics a little bit. Ooh, hello. Searching the box. Another 2 lockpicks. Clip increase. Yes, please. So then...
Need money? Soldier's Field. Built in 1903 by the hand of our prophet.
What interest is a prophet having a bunch of carnies and carousels?
The place is themed to acquaint children with national service.
You mean the military?
Train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Oh, did you write that?
No.
She just very book smart and knows a lot of shit is what it is. But yeah. Oh! Spy X Family. That's a good manga I very much love. The World of the Prophet presents A City in the Sky. The great lady of science shows off her wonders. Ah, that's, Lutece. How does that darn thing fly? Rockets? Balloons? Quantum mechanics, says the little lady. We say it more like women intuition. Goodness gracious. Alright, so our main, like, so the Lutece, is the woman on this side, not the... Because there was like a man and a woman Lutece? And I was trying to, and I couldn't remember if it was like a woman Lutece was on this side or a man Lutece was on this side. So, because yeah, they're not actually Oh. Oh, cool. We need to get like a shock jockey or something.
The gate's shut up tight. Now how are we gonna get to the airship?
Let me see if I can get that gate open by hand.
Yeah, sure you were. Sure you were gonna lift this by hand. Oh, okay.
Shock jockey. Who needs the power company?
Some fool's alternative to electricity.
Doesn't seem to work very well.
President Comstock's personal airship at the First Lady's aerodrome. Soldiers Field.
There it is. First Lady. Looks like it's heading for the dock.
And that will take us to Paris.
Just stay close.
Yes, Mr. DeWitt.
Call me Booker.
All right, Booker.
What, you don't like Mr. DeWitt?
Or take a look around the boardwalk. I suppose a place like this might have much we'd find useful.
Get your cotton candy here.
Oh, hello. There was like a...
Rah! Rah!
Nice. There's like a... Any other vendors here? Ah, there he is. Health kit, salts, carbon, ammunition.
Broadcast will continue. After a moment of silent
Want to hold on to this? Here.
of today's brutality.
Thank you for the...
Do you know why you were hired to come and get me?
I imagine they were interested in meeting you. No doubt for lockpicking lessons.
Why you?
I never even heard of this place before I got here.
Huh. I assumed Columbia was common knowledge below.
Guess I got a bit behind with current events.
Deadly stampede!
Ooh, causes the corpse of murder victims to become crows. Oh, you need like a lot of money. Mini clusters for greater area of effect and damage. Okay.
Man used to tame the bucking bronco.
Hi there, Izzy. Welcome, welcome. One nice thing you will say about BioShock games is they're surprisingly period accurate with the prevalence of technology in their games. Yeah, okay, okay. All right, we're gonna go with the Crow's Aid. Thought we'd have further to go along, but sure. Dink donk. Oh.
Look! Duke and Dimwit. You know. Remember, boys and girls, don't be a dimwit. How could you not know
Can I shoot the dimwit?
Particular to Columbia.
Oh, they won't let me shoot the... Okay, they won't let me shoot in front of children then. Okay.
They are a bit off-putting.
My gosh. Outfitters, toy soldiers, pint-sized firearms. Must be this tall to...
Right.
I was just imagining you on the carousel.
How in Retrofuturistic there's some strong temptation the past is like today.
Some sort of...
I'm a, independent contractor. Used to work for the Pinkertons and such. That's something you'd want gracing a resume.
Pinkertons. Weren't they the ones they'd call in to settle things when the workers took to striking?
That and a few other things. They were basically a private army hire. So... There are speaking stones that players would immediately treat like iPhones. Yeah, well, speaking stones, like, were meant to be treated like radios at first, and now they're just treated as, like, any sort of communication device.
Gondola if we intend to reach that airship.
These seem to be the controls that summon her.
Ow.
Looks like this runs exclusively on Shock Jockey.
Of course it does.
Now to find some shock jockey.
Look, come see the future of power at the Hall of Heroes.
Huh. Well, that's convenient.
Gentlemen, the false shepherd is loose in the streets of our fair city. Will you suffer the shame of allowing your wives and your daughters to fall prey to his machinations? Or will you act?
Take your time. I'm fine down here.
For your profit.
Oh yeah, I don't have to worry about like live refiring or anything like that. I can just, you know, I can just like reload as often as I want. Thank you for the salt. Reload you. Oh, the Hall of Heroes is now open to us now. It used to have boxes in front of us, but now it's...
Closed until further notice.
Ah,
And there won't be a line to get in.
we don't worry about lines. We're the false shepherd according to, what's-a-mahoozy? Conk. Even in supposedly pre-computer settings like Fallout, the computers are just IBM PC equivalents. Meanwhile, in real 60 video games
Nothing I can't
are an
fix.
academic doodle, and computers are these massive tabulations and record machines.
I gotta get
Meanwhile,
this thing.
BioShock doesn't do this. Yeah. It seems to do like a... Did you finish Pragmata? Yes, I did, Sir Dragon. I did finish Pragmata. Hello? Why can't I... Oh.
Should take a look at the panel. Looks like a short.
Barely paying attention to this game because, you know... It's hardly on my to-do.
Oh, it's a bee. I hate these things.
Jeez, just kill it.
No, it'll sting me.
Elizabeth.
I have a better idea.
Wait, what are you doing?
Opening.
How is this a better idea?
What is that?
It's a tear.
Also, who the
I used to
fuck
open
is...
them all the time in my tower.
What
who's
is
that?
Tear?
It's like a window. A window to another world. Most of the time they're dull as dishwater, a different colored towel or tea instead of coffee. But sometimes I see something amazing and I pull it through. There.
Good God. I don't suppose you've got an airship in there?
I don't think so. But there is. There is something. Oh no!
Close it.
I'm trying!
Close it!
Oh.
I don't really understand what I just saw back there, but it sure as hell looks like a shortcut to getting us killed.
But I could help.
I can handle whatever comes along.
Tin Patriot.
Have it your way, I suppose.
Don't worry about it.
To the sky Comstock bent his knee and saw with holy prophecy an Eden floating in the mist, by man forsworn, by heaven kissed.
Yeah, I don't think Washington gave a shit about other peeps. Or not, like, actually, let me rephrase that. I don't think Washington would have been someone that cared for, like, the, you know, hyper-religiousness nonsense. Sure, he is just a white Protestant and shit like that, but I don't think he was using religion as, like, a good backdrop for revolution and what have you. There aren't any home computers, for instance. You know, fair point. There has not been the facsimile.
Lock-picking skills to work?
There's not been the facsimile of a home computer here. There's been, like, you know, cool lockpicking, ow. there's been like voice recordings and such like that, and like also like telephones being like normal telephones. Damn it, can't pick that. Can I eat the apple,
Found some
please?
money. Take it.
That'll
Okay.
do.
Alright, am I gonna have to deal with... Nyom. Oh, hello. More lockpicking? Sure. Always appreciate more lockpicks.
For Columbia.
I was hoping to, you know, sneak up on him, but sure. Really nice bathrooms, I will be real with you. Also, I'll stick to my cool-looking pistol, thank you very much. Now, the question is that, did they have officers in the women's bathroom? No, they did not. Oh! But apparently women bring lockpicks with them when they go to the bathroom. How utilitarian of them. You know, just in case they can't get into the bathrooms. There's no intrusions of technology minus the absurd sentry in the boss's office. Yeah, just armed guards. Ooh. Fucking Bronco? I don't remember what was good about this thing. Alright. Rampaging nonsense.
Launch your enemies in
Oh.
hold and release to create an eruptive trap.
Cool. Yep, sure. Close until thingy Madook.
And when we strike, we will teach Cornelius Slate a lesson. Now, I know you've all come to think of Slate as some kind of war hero. But let me be abundantly clear. Cornelius Slate is no hero. He's been living down in Frankton so long that the man has gone native. If Slate had his way, the damn collards and potato eaters would be up in Comstock House running Columbia. Or in your homes, copulating with your wives. Now, he has holed himself up in the Hall of Heroes. And it is our job to get him out. Alive or dead. Once our gunships arrive, we're gonna storm the halls, clear them out, and have you all home in time for supper.
Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. I totally... You know, Chad, there was a time where the Irish were seen as a minority. Yes, that is right. There used to be European minorities rather than just being skin color. But, you know, the U.S. hasn't... The U.S. has changed a bit. Not a removal entirely of racism, but they're doing there. They're making their job. It just would be great if they did their job a little bit faster and try to, you know, not be racist anymore. It's weird how despite in BioShock 1 and 2 plasmids were thinly veiled eugenics shit, Infinite's a game predominantly about racism and the divinity of a pure race that don't sell plasmids the same way. Yeah, well, here's the thing, is that, like, the plasmids were, like, in BioShock, there wasn't a whole thing of, like, you know, oh, you know, racism and all that kind of nonsense. Actually, hang on, where's my pause? There's my pause button. Like, in the BioShock 1 and 2, it very much was just, like, you know, the political thingamadiggy of, like, oh, you know, trying to go down the actual route of, like, what if someone that is against all, like, you know, governments that are, you know, impeding on a free market, what if a man just, there was racism, but it wasn't the focus. Yeah, sorry, let me rephrase that. While racism was there in BioShock, it wasn't in BioShock 1 and 2, it wasn't the focus. The focus was just simply, what if the free market people actually ran a free market city? And lo and behold, it presents that most people demanding a free market are hypocrites if they had to operate in the free market. Because the classic rules of capitalism is you do it cheaper or you innovate. But what they don't tell you in these methods of capitalism is that most people who are sitting in a heightened state of power or in a position where they get to dictate the rules of capitalism, they will more often than not change the rules or exploit their position to make it so that you're not able to go in through the systems of capitalism like they did. They will pull the ladder up from under them, or they will make it so that whatever the fuck they were doing is only allotted to them doing it and such. So, whereas in this one, like, I don't know if they were I feel like this could, like, quite honestly just be a case, like, you know, they weren't too sure how to present, like, the dangers of, you know, charismatic leadership with like, you know, using, like, you know, subjective talk and all that kind of nonsense cult-like behavior without it just really quickly going down to, what do old-timey Americans all share in common, accepting that this is the bad idea? Racism. All old white people are racist, so our old white person will be racist. I know this isn't exactly for me, but I do like the idea of a 7-foot-tall zebra telling a 5'4" socialist what capitalism is. It's just that's basically Plato talking to anyone else in the Greeks. Plato was apparently a strong man. Plato was a dude that loved to wrestle, okay? It was a title. Like, I want you to imagine for a minute Dave Bautista or John Cena or the dude that's playing What's the name of the guy that's playing as the dude with the long blonde hair in Street Fighter? What's his name? Cody Rhodes. I want you to think about one of those kinds of people, okay? Hey, what's Plato translate to? I feel like this is Izzy flexing their smart knowledge on me. Oh my gosh, is someone at my balcony? Sorry, I missed my gosh darn message from my girlfriend. She was doing like a Romeo Juliet thing. Oh, darn it. Guile had long flowing. No, he doesn't have long flowing hair, but it like spikes upwards, okay? And Guile, he needs long hair. You can't tell me Guile got like that massive fucking hairdo with short hair. Any whoosies. I want you to, so Plato translate in English. So apparently Plato is the Spanish word for plate. But I'm guessing you're not telling me, so Plato Greek translate into English. It could be Platon, where it derives itself from platis, meaning broad, wide, or flat. It was originally a nickname likely referring to his robust physical build, broad forehead, or the breadth of his eloquence, while his birth name was Aristotle's. Was it really Aristotle's? No. Who the fuck is telling me this? Ancestry, meaning of the first name Plato. Okay, cool. Guile drills a hole into the ozone with how much hairspray he uses. But yeah, so like I just want you to imagine someone like John Cena, Cody Rhodes, or something like that, just talking. Like, let's be real, they do this already in real life, just having some real great philosophical like discussions and about like, you know, the inherent good in just being a good person. David Cornsweat, or whatever his name is, he had a really good, like, you know, tirade about being good even without the reward and such like that. Basically, the man who's playing as Superman in James Gunn's Superman movie, great guy. Or if you will, big man on campus. Any whoosies. But yeah, so I do love the visual. I do love the visual of me, 7 foot tall, talking to also me, 5 foot something, and the zebra explaining to me capitalism while I'm struggling to live. Dink. Yoom! Oh wait, what am I thinking? I should do the bucking bronco thingy-majiggy. Although I forgot about there was a turret gun. When your life is saved, you'll be partially healed, but so will your enemies. You will also lose some money. Ugh.
Who's there? Head to cover. Halt! Get around him.
Oh. Oh shit, bird. Get the Ah, damn it, I forgot I have to reload. Shit. Get fucked, Birdman. Oh, I totally forgot that's a thing that happens to me. Also, what the... Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. I forgot what the button is for melee.
I think those tears of yours might come in handy next time we're in a scrape.
Yum.
Tear around for me to use. I can't just pull them out of thin air.
Thank you for the hot dog. Damn it. Oh!
Fraud, this charlatan, this salesman of snake oil. What you saw today, brothers and sisters, was just the beginning. Zachary Comstock will hear our voice. His temple shall burn, and his idols of gold will melt and run in rivulets through the streets of Columbia.
Yeah, we don't need all that. Ooh. I wish I could hold more than, like, you know, 1 or 2 guns. I wish I could hold like 4.
Got a tip there were contraband guns hidden in the fellow traveler. Didn't find them, but funny thing, we found some old uniforms under the floorboards from the war. Took guesses as to why they were there, but... Who's there? You're Slate, right? Sir? Put the guns down!
What the fuck is that supposed to...
Did you hear that,
Look, a
Comstock?
cipher. A secret message from the Vox Populi.
You're the junior code.
Don't know. There should be a code book somewhere.
Can decipher that hides secret Vox Populi compartments. Find the cipher and its corresponding code book to uncover. I'm imagining it's in this big cannon here. So we'll find it. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah. But how's it going, Izzy? By the by, you been doing all right? You been having a wonderful time on the interwebs? Jump. All right, so there should be a code book in this thing here.
Found something.
It's the code book, all right.
All right. Yeah, this game could do with more than, like, 2 guns in my inventory, frankly. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a really annoying time. This bit of the game where it posts its most philosophical treatise. Wouldn't it be fucked up if you were teleported into a world where there's a violent uprising? Bet it was evil. You'd hate that, wouldn't it?
Well, there must be more to this place than meets the eye.
Tip hat to the fox. Okay. So... Thank you for the pineapple. I can grab some carbine ammo from you.
Sit-down gondola access to the Hall of Heroes. Must be because of what's going on with that man's slate.
Well, I suppose we could take those skylines above us. We just need to find a way to clear off that cargo first.
Yeah, let me just find the... Oh, hello. Damage boost, accuracy boost, and clip size. Ah, it's not for sale because I don't have the money.
Look at this. My tower. It's only fair they give me a cut of the profits, don't you think? Need
Yeah.
money? Here.
Yes, please. Thank you for the monies.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Salt is full. Shotgun ammo is full.
Could you take a look at this lock?
Keep a lookout.
Damage boost on the carbine. Yes, please.
All yours.
Oh, hello. There's a thingy. All right. Gear is special that grants you unique. You can only equip 4 at a time, 1 per type. Change your thingy-majiggy at the thingy. All right. So the pants. So this can give me headshots or reloading my weapon. I like headshots. Oh my god, I haven't played BioShock game in forever. Neither have I. Apparently the last time I played this game was like back in January, and it's been literal like months since I played like the previous BioShock 2. I went through the BioShock 1 and BioShock 2 as like, you know, games that I already had played, and I was playing them on stream for everyone's enjoyment over here, to try and be like, aha, I know exactly what's happening in this game. You can't trick me. All right, so I'm looking for a sly fox somewhere. Ooh.
God makes all kinds of soldiers, but he only made one Cornelius Slate. My father followed him up San Juan Hill, through the legations in Peking, and as he put it, through hell the order was given. At today's muster, Slate asked me if I was Sergeant Monroe's daughter. I said, yes, sir, I am. Slate said, your father always wanted a son. I hope the fool has wisdom enough to recognize his good fortune.
Army man just being like, ah, yeah, you know, hopefully he recognizes the son in you, because you are acting very boyish. Alright, so we got...
Against savage man or foreign horde, 'tis Comstock who takes up the sword. Between Columbia and Barbary.
Actually, I should probably double check my objectives. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, Burning Halo. I can get rid of that, and we can change it to... let's go Electric Punch instead. Carbine upgrade, pistol upgrade. Shock jockey, da-da-da. Where is... They were talking something about a fox for like the Vox Populi thingamadoogie. Ooh. And gear. When low on health, killing an enemy gives some health compared to the critical strike. Okay, yeah, let's go with these pants instead. All right, enough horsing around. Unless, do we want to horse around a little bit more? No, we're not going to horse around a little bit more. We are going to...
I found some money.
Oh, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. It was probably back in the bar. They were talking about a hidden cache somewhere.
I actually know the fella. Seems he's still got a knack for making enemies.
Because, like... Hang on. What was the... Because I wish I was, like, paying... Because, like, she was saying something about, like... like, something under the fox or something like that? So, shit ton of bullets... Unless I already grabbed it somehow. Tip your hat to the fox. Ah, thank you.
Huh.
Mount... Oh.
I found a lockpick.
Oh, okay. I thought you found a fox. Fine. Alright, so we're looking for a fox monument or something? So... Tip your hat to the fox. Oh, look, a hat.
Tip of the hat.
Indeed.
God fucking damn it.
Well, I'll be.
The Vox Populi reclaim this place. Okay, nice. Thank you, Izzy, for the assistance.
Daisy Fitzroy. I've read about her. Books say she's out to tear Columbia from the sky.
Everybody's got a dream.
I don't want to be a part of their world. I don't want to be a part of their culture, their politics, their people. The sun is setting on their world, and soon enough, all they gonna see is the dark.
RPG. Hold to pick up RPG. God damn it. I don't want to... Shotguns... And no way of upgrading weapons. So I can either pick up a shotgun or pick up an RPG. If I could hold more than two weapons, it would be cool, but...
Remember your training.
Ow. Nice try. Although, why? I guess they decided to pop up because I was dawdling too much in the one area.
It's going to be fantastic.
I need a British hat. I need a bowler hat, is what you're letting me know.
Think that keen eye of yours could find some ammunition lying around? I sure could use it when there's trouble.
It'll take some scrounging, but I'll do my best.
All right.
The line's clear.
Nice. Whee! Whee! Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. Cornelius Slate's thingy-madiggy.
You shed your heart's blood for Columbia, lost limb and viscera in the godless Orient. Comstock did nothing. And yet, look up. Whose image squats above you even now? At every angle and insult. If the prophet would make a painted whore of our past, what fresh rape does our future hold? Let us now make our stand and fill yonder hole with true heroes.
Vault of Horrors. Ow!
Appreciate it.
That's all I've got. Looks like we found one of old friend Slater's.
Just find that shock jockey and get the hell out of here.
Hurrah! I love how it's just like boom, moving around.
Catch.
Thank you for the coin. Who needs the power company? Does your life need a jolt? Try Think MFG's Shock Jockey. Thanks, Mr. Fink. Ammunition and dun, 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 dun. And then obviously a shock jockey required to open that thing. Where the fuck is the radio? This radio channel is annoying me at this point. Hurrah! Fuck off.
Rare is the man who takes a stand for God and sweetest fatherland. But here's the place where we revere the heroes of our city dear.
Man, Washington, what did they do to you? Fucking commodified you is what they did. Which is pretty much the same as what the US is doing. Excuse me. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
They'll call us assassins when our work is done. Cornelius Slate, the swift left hook of the Vox Populi. We'll be trading Comstock's live for a
Damage boost, accurate. I'm gonna go with the accuracy boost for this thing.
one. So be it. The Fitzroy woman and I are comrades of necessity. I doubt all the men who reddened Caesar's toga would still be seen breaking bread together in peacetime.
Mini cluster.
Comstock gone. My men's past deeds will be sacred, and they will claim the spoils due them. I need not live to see it.
Our prophet, Father Comstock, commander of the 7th Cavalry.
Oh.
Man did not lead the 7th. Hell, I don't even remember the guy.
Corporal DeWitt,
proved his worth on the field that day.
Well, I'll be.
Slate? Is that you?
You've always been different, haven't you, Booker? You crave no glory.
Look, I see you're caught up in some kind of jam here. If you could see fit to let us through to where they keep the shock jockey, then we'll...
That tin soldier, Comstock, once my boy's dead. We won't die at his hands.
There's going to be trouble.
The man.
All my men have left is a choice. Die at the hands of a tin soldier, or a real one.
Tin soldiers don't fight wars, men do.
Fighting.
I'm not ready. Found ammo. Catch, Booker.
Thank you.
Good day to die. Moving to cover.
You see, you're a killer, Booker. Like it or not.
Just give us the shock jockey.
If you want the vigor, Booker, you will give my men a soldier's death. They wait for you with wounded knee and baking.
Cornelius, soldier of the Orient. Oh my god, that's a... Wait, there are better names they could have used. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe is the lack of prevalence of technology and eugenics only getting traction, meaning that people are just uninterested with evolving themselves. Can't imagine people from 1912 caring that much about electricity, which would explain why these people are surprisingly underpowered compared to Rapture citizens. They're also, like, in the opinion that, like, you know, there is no improvement, that they are already, like, perfection is stagnation. It is, like, no inventor... Like as much as invention and creativity wants to do, like, you know, some people think it's perfection. It's actually not perfection that is usually chased after. What's usually chased after is the pinnacle of one's skill. Now, some people would argue that, you know, oh, to a person, like, you know, the pinnacle of their skill is perfection, but it's like most creative people and scientific people know that whatever, you know, pursuit that they do and what have you is limited by their own capacity and imagination, and they can go as only as so far until the next generation, thanks to the, you know, the ingenuity of the previous, can then take whatever happened further. No one thought for a minute we would have children stuck to television screens.
Perfect.
Or that we would have facsimiles of people as, like, you know, companions.
Jai,
Hi there, Blue. Limited to whatever I should use. Butter, oil, or lard.
The right materials aren't always at hand.
I don't know why, but you just had poke out into my brain. I got the 4 basic food groups for you: baked beans, whiskey, baked beans, whiskey, lard, and what's the other thing? In the film Atlantis: The Lost Empire, you had this crotchety old man that was like from like a gold rush era. That's like the he's like, doesn't know what, he's like, why we got lettuce? He's like, we need it. It says, what are the 4 basic groups? He's got, I got your 4 basic food groups for you: baked beans, whiskey, lard. Was it rice? Was it baked beans and rice? Was he was thinking of? Flippin' creature. I don't care for any of those 2 things. Oh. Let's get...
What is this?
It's the Boxer Rebellion.
What happened there?
In Peking, it was my hand that put the city to the torch. Of course, that's not how Comstock tells it.
It was bacon. Okay, Blue, thank you.
'Twas yellow skin and slanted eyes that did betray us with their lies, until they crossed the righteous path of our prophet's holy wrath.
Oh, I read about this. Comstock led the Colombian troops to Peking.
Comstock wasn't there! The Boxers took my eye and 30 of my friends! Is there even a stone to mark that sacrifice?
Give all you got!
The punishment must be served! A sacrifice for our sins!
Yeah, nice try.
You see, young miss? You see the man that Comstock wishes he was? A real soldier.
I don't want to do this, Slade. Just give me what I need.
I will, after you do the same for me. Come and look for me amongst the ghost dancers.
Who are the ghost dancers?
Wounded Knee. He means us to head to the other display.
Can you hear Comstock's tin soldiers coming to silence us? But we are the true patriots. The history that does not fit in their books.
Oh, employees only. Thank you. Ah, I was hoping it was gonna make a gong noise, but sure. A new shirt. Landing off a skyline increases movement speed, 50% faster. Yeah, I'll just take it. I won't equip it. Thank you for the silver bar. And no Vox Populi decoder messages here, so...
Who's sneaking around? Is your heart in it?
Here, ammo! You need this!
Thank you.
Kill me if you can.
Easily done.
Don't stop!
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy paid me to say you done stuffed my wagon with non-essentials. Look at all this. Cinnamon, oregano, cilantro. What not cockadoodle cilantro? What is this?
It's lettuce.
Lettuce.
It's
I
a
got
vegetable.
Your 4 basic food groups: bean, bacon, whiskey and lard.
I'm pretty sure he says baked bean. I mean, or maybe you're right. Maybe it is maybe I'm mistaking baked bean for bacon bean, whiskey, and lard. Oh wait, not this way. We've already gone through the racist Chinese what's Mahuzi thing. So now we have to go through the Battle of Wounded Knee. Oh.
The tin soldier is taking credit for the deeds of the real ones. Now your companion, young lady, he wrapped himself in glory on December 29, 1890.
What does he mean?
You don't want to know.
Vampires melees give health? Yes. Please. I'll go for that one. Nothing in the safety deposit box. Shame. Can you let me through, please?
With you and cry with hatchet red. They danced amongst our noble dead. But when our soldiers
He says
took
beans.
the field,
Okay.
the savage horde could only yield.
You were there. That wounded knee. I can see it in your face.
Tell her, Booker. Tell her how we strode that battlefield like the heroes of Sparta. I still hear the screams. Let's come, Stock. Here's the soldier I spoke of. The kind of man Comstock pretends to be. See if I called you true.
No tin soldier. That's all you got? Where'd he go? Our soldier's dead!
Booker or Crow!
You did them a favor, Booker. You let them die like men.
I didn't ask for this. I have no quarrel with these men.
Heroes never ask.
I never claimed to be no hero.
Then what are you? If you take away all the parts of Booker DeWitt you tried to erase, what's left? Come back to the Rotunda. It's almost over.
What did Slate mean? What did you try to erase?
Now that you're out of yours, you might realize cages have their advantages.
A choice is better than none, Mr. DeWitt. No matter what the outcome.
Yeah. What if you woke up one day and realized you didn't like what you chose?
Ooh, interesting.
I've got what you
Alright.
need, Booker.
Eat the ration real quick.
Find me past the first.
Don't care for those. Nah. Swap over to...
Prove yourself!
Alright, Lady Comstock. Because, yeah, like, it's interesting that this game, like, it's giving us choice. I know, however, that this game's, like, giving us choice is all an illusion. The choices don't actually change the outcome.
Comstock has done to my history. Now see how he's rewritten his own.
Okay, why does this music sound familiar?
Lay in the womb of Our Lady, but for a single week. Comstock had a child. My books never mentioned anything about a child.
That's quite an omission. Can't imagine that was by accident.
But the child took ill, and Our Lady prayed for the prophet's heir day and night. That's my tower.
Lo, while Daisy Fitzroy has murdered my beloved, she shall not have the child. She shall not come betwixt her and prophecy.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man.
You're Comstock's daughter.
No, I can't be. I can't.
He wants you to follow in his footsteps.
Well, I want a puppy, but doesn't mean I'm gonna get one.
That is some whataboutism there. It's just like, oh yeah, Comstock wants this stuff. What about my puppy? Hang on. Was there a, No, there was. Okay, cool. It quite literally is just unlock this, and then we go into the next room. Cruel murder of her dear Lady Comstock by the anarchist Daisy Fitzroy. Why do I feel like that's false? Oh, hello. Lady Comstock.
To those who loved me, I was the most generous of souls. There was no pain I would deny them, no betrayal I would not gladly give. And when I had scorched the hearts of all who loved me, the prophet said, "There is nothing you can do for which I will not forgive you. For God has granted me sight, and through his eyes, even you are loved."
Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be a cool dialogue thing, but never mind. It's just her, you know, religiously fawning over her husband. The prophet, bearer of the sword, brought his wrath down upon Daisy Fitzroy and the Vox Populi. He pursues them relentlessly to this day. Terrible. Well, best of luck to you, Collins. Also, hang on. I'm just gonna adjust the audio so the music isn't, like, so loud. Yeah, because good
I
God.
can get through these bars, but you're too broad. Let me scout ahead, see if there's some way to move forward. Look.
Is that?
It's a tear, something I can bring into this world.
It's a freight hook. Well, that's convenient.
As I said, it's a form of wish fulfillment.
Open it.
All right. I feel there's more where that came from. Whenever I'd get anxious, tears have a way of appearing. Booker, do you see those tears? We can use them against Slate's men. That tear will get us access to higher ground. And that one will give us a turret.
And some cover.
Try that one! Turret, now!
Keep him pinned down! Need a fresh clue!
You mean a flesh?
Yeah.
Comstock's pet can do some wonderful tricks. You know what you've got there, Booker.
That's enough, Slate. We just need the vigor to get out of Columbia. We're taking it one way or another. Slate?
Fuck it. Keep moving forward.
Need money?
A discount dollar bill. Nice.
Perfect timing.
Furry, like Blue Foxy Icy have beans, but does GrantZeebs? These, I got hands. I got hooves. I don't have any beans, though. Oh, the vendor is empty? Are you kidding me? Okay. Never the fuck mind, then. You're about to settle in to log in last month's accounting. Best of luck to you, Izzy. I also need 3 more sketches to round out the month. Or fill this month's quota, rather. Wait, so you need to finish 3 sketches, or you need to find someone to do 3 more sketches? What's the dealio? Hang on a second. You need people to commission you. Ah, okay, chat. Okay. Chat, if you aren't aware of Izzy, you should go give him a look. Izzy the Fat Cat. Where is their blue sky? There's their blue sky. They've done amazing artwork and what have you. Go check them out. Where's their thingy-madiggies? Here's their thingy-madiggies. Go check out their commission sheet, okay? There's gonna be some good line art somewhere. That is the sound of horse. So yeah. Brule, not now. Your redeem is way too... Brule? Oh, you mean the horse. It's fine. There's a small chance it will happen. Alright. Ding. Dong.
Keep your eye open for that shock jockey vigor.
Possession for less. Decrease the... Oh, damn it. Seriously? 1,000? Damage boost and clip increase for the RPG. Meanwhile... The lamb is the future of the city. The seed of the prophet watches over us from Monument Island. When will she emerge? Oh my god, that is 1% himbo, Sir Dragon? That is a very low himbo rating, I'm sorry to say. So low. You're gonna need to stick around. You're gonna need to stick around a little longer so you can try and improve your himbo levels.
And saw with holy prophecy. And too rare is the man who takes the stand. Your paradise, sweet
Why is there all this...
we revere the heroes of our city.
Tin Men, Booker. That's what Comstock will turn us into. Wires and gears to replace heads and hearts.
Booker!
Lord judges, I act.
Booker! Gears!
Easy.
You see, Booker? Maybe you're the man I remember. Maybe not.
Hello.
Doesn't matter.
Hello, Masonic.
Comstock took our stories and scrubbed away our soul. Now, he's coming for me. And when I'm gone, all that will be left is the lie.
Just give us what we came for.
Love Slate. Lol. Alrighty. Where the fuck is our shock jockey? Is it through here?
Elizabeth, a little help?
Okay.
Glad that the hairpin locket will get you through, like, you know, story stuff. Let me through, please.
Got a lock here.
I'll see what I can do.
And then...
All done.
Oh my god, someone got high on shock jockey.
The whole place is ransacked. There ain't no shock jockey.
Ridiculous.
Must have taken them. Look.
Alright, here we go.
Is that?
Slate. He's here.
We deserves a hero's death.
What is that?
Comstock ships. He's coming for Slate.
It was Slate who killed for his country at Wounded Knee. It was Slate who stormed the gates at Peking. Slate!
Slate!
Comstock's coming, Booker. But our lives won't satisfy him.
Serdadonks88 paid me to
He
say
won't rest
two
until he's
blind
turned us
people
into
had a
tin.
baby who's
I
gonna
won't
watch
let
it.
him. He took
The nanny.
all he's getting from me.
The nanny will watch it.
Give us the vigor. We don't need to do this. Here you go, boys. A soldier's death awaits.
Meow.
Think you can stop me? Ah! Flush him out!
Nice.
You're not the Booker DeWitt I remember! Tin Man! Tin Man!
Appreciate it.
Oh. Let me reload real quick.
Is that all you can muster, soldier? Come on now, DeWitt!
Ooh, infusion. Yes, please.
Point the boys!
Doomed as noble Custer was at Little Bighorn. But we shall not yield to Comstock and his tin soldiers. But my scout has seen him. Booker DeWitt is coming here to the hall. DeWitt. We called him the White Engine of Wounded Knee for all the grisly trophies he claimed. A man such as he might just grant us the peace we seek.
Halt.
DeWitt! Show me what you're made of!
2, 3, 4. Where the hell? One-handed reload. Don't mind if I do. Where is he? No idea where he is. Swap to the pistol real quick. Can't go through those doors. Can't go through those doors. Was he gonna open a third? Oh yeah, he was. There it is, right there. That helps. Yonk. Up we go. Did I miss something down here? Thank you for the salt. Alright, shotgun and pistol. Meow.
That's all you got?
Collect shock jockey from Slate. Yep. Oh, look, there you are. All that effort to steal a shirt and now it's back on. Let's sigh. Yeah, let's sigh. Let's sigh. You got the shock jockey on you? Good.
You're not done here, soldier! Eat everything that's on your plate! Finish it!
Oh my god. Are you serious? Fine.
They haven't changed you, Booker. Not one bit. Oh, oh.
Oh, Jockey. Oh, this better be worth it, Slade.
To think that this was our first power in BioShock 1 and BioShock 2, you think we would have gotten this sooner.
Press to shoot a bolt of electricity. Hold and release to create a shocking trap.
Yep, cool, awesome.
I suppose it was mercy. Comstock's men would have taken him.
I suppose it was.
Do you ever get used to it? The killing.
Ideally, no. Alrighty. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hi there, Squeesh. Welcome, welcome.
You know, those vigors seem very powerful. I'll do what I can to keep you stocked in salts.
Thanks.
They are very powerful. Everyone here is just an idiot. Weirdly backtracking, which I'm not too sure is the appropriate thing to do, but...
This is it, man!
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it.
Think you can
Booker, I can tell what Slate said bothered you. You showed me. Sometimes you have to do what's necessary to survive.
Yeah.
And then there's finding pleasure in the act.
Booker.
Look, you seem like a decent enough sort. That said, less you know about me, the better.
Actually, hang on. Was there anything in this room that could have been electrified? Because that's Slate there. So they replaced Slate with Comstock. Or Slate would have been there and then they got rid of him. Return to Soldier Field and power up the gondola. Let's go. Alright.
Get him out of there! There he is! Don't hold back, soldier! Make him bleed. Get back there and face me! Get closer!
You could have just let me live. Why did you have to fight me? Can I use this to get back down? No, I cannot. Okay.
Lay down!
They're all gone.
Open it!
Sure thing!
Quick! Before he escapes!
Ye-
Die!
Who die? You die? Sure. Yep, you're still
Night
friendly.
Sky Gem paid me to say goodnight, Jarl. Bedtime.
Oh, good night, Sky. You have a good sleep, you. Nyom. Whee! Oh, hey, the what's Mahoozy stuff is gone. There we go.
Cheers for us. Mr. DeWitt,
The name's Booker.
I'll be certain to attend to that distinction. Booker, when there's a moment when we're not being shot at. If you're interested, I've spotted some supplies over there.
Yay. Thank you for the random shirt, Wild Saber, and it gone to a purely random choice, the Himbo shirt. Thank you, Wild Saber. I was called an old man by someone's youngins in Discord. You're not old yet, you're only in my 30s. How do you think I feel? I'm in my 30s, and some people consider me old because of the nonsense that I know of. When you're in the furry community, once you're the age of 30, they call you a gray fur or a gray muzzle. It is absolutely unapologetically ageist. Alright, you talked about supplies. Oh, health. Sure. I'll pick that up. And then heading back to the gondola.
What is a life compared to a fate?
There we go.
Come on out.
Wild_Saber 1337 paid me to say all chest squares make a circle, all chest squares make a circle.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Possession for less, still cannot afford.
I always thought of them as doors. When I was younger, I didn't just open the ones I found. I remember making them.
Making them?
I could go wherever I wanted. But I always wanted to come back.
To what?
I don't know. My family?
Huh. How do you do that? Whatever it is.
You know how I said I had plenty of time to read? Well, I tried to figure it out. I read literature on physics and other such things.
Yeah? What did that teach you?
Pull the lever.
Oh, hello.
There!
There we go. But yeah, like, old is so fucking subjective because of the fact that they... Alright, gondola time.
The gondola's coming!
He will abandon you, my sweet Elizabeth. Once he has what he needs, he will leave you alone. What else could you expect from a liar and killer of women?
Comstock.
Father, prophet, whomever you are, I'm leaving and there's naught you can do to stop me.
Oh, sweet child. That's where you're wrong.
He's got rockets!
Just a long traveling around. No worries.
one! Cut off! Lay down your weapon!
Nah, let me just do more violence upon you. And a big jump.
There!
On it!
There we go.
Whoa.
Do it now.
Sure thing!
There we go. Where's the next?
Find something soon.
Oh, there's been some executions here.
That's enough! Stop!
Ow. Yeah! Love to see it. Thank you for the cake. And lockpick for you. Trunk with nothing. Ooh! Preston E. Dows, what did you have?
Is a sport.
Increase weapon accuracy on what's Mahuzis after eating a snack move. Yeah, okay, that eating a snack thing is like throwing me off.
I won't steal up on you while you slumber like these Vox boys here with their pink stickers. That's one scalp to me. That's two. Now when you hear this, I want you to square your affairs and come die in the side of the poets. You'll need a white man's weapon. Give this a try.
Crazy racist.
Seems right up your alley.
Seems easy enough. Got it.
Alright. Excuse me.
When you were unconscious on the beach, you kept repeating a woman's name. Anna.
I don't want to talk about that.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried.
Ugh.
Where are you from, Mr. DeWitt?
New York.
What did
Big stretch.
Much like this. Not something that really caters writing on a resume.
It was a fine thing you came along when you did.
How do you think I ended up here? I gambled, and now I owe money to men you don't want to be in debt to. I come here to pay it back. Me busting you out, what do you think that was? Charity?
Who sent you?
Somebody who was willing to take my marker in exchange for you.
Hmm. Oh, there was actually a story that someone shared to me that I need to have a little read over, because apparently someone had a himbo moment. And I'm kind of curious what he wrote.
Where'd he go?
Nice try.
Hey, it's certain death.
Oh, I thought there was going to be another one, but okay, fine. Well, don't stare so closely next time. Easy stuff.
Fire!
Still not enough money.
Here's some cash. Take this.
Much obliged.
All right, so
A guarantee? Who has time for all that paperwork?
Friend was finally got around to reading Soylent Orange's little himbo story about how they were going grocery shopping and somehow they forgot to pick up like rice, like just a, you know, just for a grocery shopping like portion of rice. Maybe Blue can like tell me why this is so important, but like, why do you have to buy so much fucking rice in one go? Like, they bought 50 pounds of rice and the guy just slung it over his shoulder as well. Like, does rice really last that long? Like, unrefrigerated, uncontained, and all that? When you get a chance, check your Discord.
So.
Nyom. Nyom. Oh, look who it is! Alright, I see you. I see you. Here we go. Alright, let's... Hopefully this works out. So I add you into here. Hello, Artemis.
Hello.
Chat, this is Artemis. This is my girlfriend. Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello. You doing good?
Going on there for a second?
Discord's funky that way. It does like weird nonsense here and there. I'll share my screen for like what I'm playing and such like that, so then that way you're not like, you know, split between two different locations. I just need to make sure I'm not streaming at like a super high quality, otherwise then like Discord and OBS have a bit of a fun time
Like they call you the false
trying to share resources, and it normally doesn't work.
It's me.
How do you figure they'd know you'd be coming?
Either they've got a profit on their side,
Har har.
or them that hired me also wrote the signs.
Why?
Got me.
So yeah. How is your evening? Wasn't it okay drive back?
Yeah, traffic was okay.
Mhm.
I mean, like, not getting home until like 2 hours after I finished work was a bit weird.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine so.
Feel better already.
Alrighty.
Hey, I got a quiet train, so I'm not going to complain.
No, that's good. That's good. So, yeah. I definitely need to like try and remember the next time you're here, glasses cleaners. Need to remember that.
Would help.
Would be helpful. Would be great. Yeah. So, yeah. Alrighty then. So yeah, have you played through like the BioShock series before?
Nope.
Alright, so BioShock, so like really quick rundown. The first two BioShocks basically were like, oh hey, what if basically this rampaging industrialist, like imagine like Industrial Revolution kind of guy being like, why do you want me to pay for like, you know, full price for these adults to work when children clearly need to find some time to get some manual labor. And then they hated the government for telling them no, children should go to school. And they're like, this is totally unfair. The government asking for my money and then not letting me do my job. I'm gonna make my own city with blackjack and hookers. And so he makes his city with blackjack and hookers. And then he said, you know what? This is a utopia for the free market. Nothing could possibly go wrong if the entire city was just a free market with no regulations. There was problems in the free market city with no regulations. And they had to tell this story twice.
I'm hearing Industrial Revolution meets the Old West.
A little bit. Like, it had some Art Deco design to it and such, and you had, like, people going crazy because they were like, oh, hey, we've invented so many cool things, and we've, like, you know, leapt ahead in, like, in arts and the science. And you had, like, one guy that was a doctor, like a plastic surgeon, that's just like, oh, this woman isn't right, and decides to just keep cutting her up and all this nonsense. Then you had an artist that would like freeze people into like their preferred, into like poses, and they were like, oh, my work of art needs living subjects. And all kinds of crazy nonsense like that. All because of a man didn't want to pay taxes to the US government. Absolutely insanity. But yeah, so they did that story basically twice. And now instead of going into like the 1950s, we're now in like the 1920s or something like that, I think. And we are right now in a city floating in the skies of Colombia, or floating over the United States. And it's being run by like, a hyper-religious, like, prophet dude who, drank the Kool-Aid a little bit too much and is just like, yes, we are invented in God's image, a white man. And if there isn't someone invented in God's image, the white man, then they are surely the works of the devil. And I shall know this because I am invented in God's image, the white man. Oh yeah, and we have a girl with us because she has weird, like, reality warping powers, and apparently we were hired to retrieve her and shit, but...
I have a feeling I was watching the last time you played this.
You alright?
It was done back in January. It's like one of those games where I tell myself to, where's my brain?
What is that? 40 north by 74 west. That's not Paris, that's New York.
Oh yeah, she's...
One thing I had in that tower was time, Mr. DeWitt.
She just reads nothing but books.
I owed money. And there's a fellow who...
Sounds like me.
He offered to wipe away my debt
Yep.
in exchange for you. Come on.
She just really quickly changed tone there.
Hey, Elizabeth, it's gonna be okay. Come on. Everything's gonna be okay. Will you just turn around and talk to me and we can...
Classic BioShock. Just hits him over the head with a wrench. God damn it, Blue. Why you gotta de-himbo me?
Hey, Blue.
Look, Artemis is on stream. She right there. Yeah-ooh. But yeah, so, like, in the time that, like, they were doing, like, this hyper, like, oh, trying to make a utopia for the white man and shit like that of the United States in the skies, there was then also the fact that, like, they still needed help, so they grabbed minorities. During a time where Irish are also considered minority as well, and so because of this, like, inequality of living, we now have, the Vox Populi up here trying to, break down the oppressive structures.
Daisy, fresh air did the trick. This one's awake.
So you're this false shepherd we've been hearing so much about. Caused a mess of trouble at the raffle.
You Fitzroy?
Nothing but.
I got no quarrel with you or your Vox Populi. This is my airship you're hanging me out of, and I got perilous need of it.
Really? Cause it sure look like old Comstock's airship to
Listen,
me.
I ain't looking for a fight.
There's already a fight, DeWitt. Only question is, which side you on? Comstock is the god of the white man, the rich man, the pitiless man. But if you believe in common folk, then join the Vox. If you believe in the righteous folk, then join the Vox.
Want my ship.
And the Vox shall give her to you. But first, you must help the Vox. Down in Finkton, there's a gunsmith who can supply weapons to our cause. Get our guns from him, and you shall have your ship back.
Gotta find Elizabeth before she lights out of here.
The most common complaint I hear from the working man is that they are unhappy with their lot.
Oh.
Bench yourself, I ask. The ox cannot become a lion, and why would you want to? Who wants all those responsibilities and worry? You do your job, you eat your food, you go to sleep. Simplicity is beauty.
Thank you, Jeremiah Fink, who hasn't probably worked a day in his life down at this level. Let's see.
They fired?
Flying squad came and took him. You ain't gonna see him around no more.
Oh, what's this audiobook? Patty Gerst.
Samuel always thought that the pure...
Increasing damage, Bronco A, chain floating effects from one enemy to another. No.
Sunday went hand in hand with the desk on Monday. Science is the slow revelation of God's blueprint. After 2 years in the Lamb's Tower on Monument Island, he took ill with cancer of the stomach. I prayed to the prophet, and the prophet delivered unto us a miracle through his servant Fink. I do not know if I will ever get used to a husband bound in a skeleton of metal, but better a handyman than a dead one.
That sounds a little morbid. Better.
It's private property. You're looking for trouble because I'm more than happy to be of service.
But...
Quick! Before he escapes!
Could not care. Might as well be disrupting this yard. Oh, fuck. You. So, basically the beginnings of a... Ow, where the fuck is the...
$18 a day. No, let's be clear. I would like nothing more than to show your work. But the fact is, why not, you ask? Well, I can sum it up for you in one word. You see, my friend, the idle hand is natural. Whiskey, women, mercy belongs to the Lord. No, sir, I will not.
Classic industrialist, thinking that if we had freedom, we would just be drinking booze. If only. There we go. What would you do if you weren't working 16 hours a day, chat? Also to you too, Artemis. What would you do if you weren't working 16 hours a day?
I haven't had to work 16 hours a day for a very long time. Now down to only working one job. Probably just sleep. Or read. Or make more shenanigans like I'm currently working on.
Oh, nice. You're working on shenanigans, are you?
I am.
Nice. Because in my to-do list in my head, the current shenanigans you have is like get ready for this, chat. This is what happens when you're in a relationship with someone that is like creatively in tune like Artemis. All right, they're gonna find someone they like or someone that they love. All right, and then they're just gonna be like, oh, this is a wonderful start to a friendship or something like that. I need to make something for them. So they want to do something for Blue. I think it's like a maid outfit or something like that. They want to do something for Jack.
It's a maid outfit.
It's a maid outfit for Blue. Cool. Blue, you're getting a maid outfit. Hope you enjoy. Oi, Jack is getting something. I want to say an embroidery thing? Something to do with crows.
An embroidered cushion from the quotes when we went to Dreamworld.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Like, I'm gonna send you to Jesus. Oh, he don't want you.
This ride will send you to Jesus.
So yeah, so Jack gets that. At some point, and then the stuff that is like, you know, so oh yeah, dressing me up in the Tudors. That is on your, that was your thingamajiggy, and then getting yourself.
That's what I'm currently working on.
Oh, nice. She gonna be dressing me up like the Tudors of the 16th century. And then meanwhile, you've also got like this is a little more on the back burner, but like having a like a ref sheet for your what's-a-makuzi, your snap.
Oh yeah, that's way on the back burner because I still have to make my cloak for our next event.
Hey!
Hopefully,
Just stop for a minute!
definitely need to make some chemises. And there's uni on top of all of that as well.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah.
And a busy snap.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to you!
I said stay away!
Ugh. Elizabeth!
Get away from me!
Well.
Just hold up for a minute!
Stay away!
What's a great way to distract him? Throw balloons.
Move it! Move!
Stay back!
Oh, interesting. They have like an eye in the Columbia Authority, as if it's like Illuminati or Big Brother nonsense.
I have no need of one such as you!
No, no, no! It's her! Call it in! Call it in!
No! Let me go!
We got her!
Ah, shit.
There's gotta be another way in.
Yum. Go. And yes, I am playing this game with a controller because while it would be easier to like aim and shoot with keyboard and mouse, swapping between like, you know, weapons and brain, you can do this. Weapons and special abilities, I just find it easier to be with a controller.
We mean to give it to him. Won't you be quiet? Show yourself. Pull! Pull! Send her up! Pull! Don't stop!
Ooh, okay, I will grab you instead. Ow! Because then I can...
This is your fault.
Go. Oh, someone's shooting at me still. There you are. There. Dollar bill here. First, Silver Eagle.
Will you stop already?
I am not going with you!
Elizabeth, wait!
Where the hell is she? Almost got myself stuck there. Oh, nice, she saved me.
Hey, I'm slipping.
Do not attempt to follow me, Mr. DeWitt.
Elizabeth, I've made an arrangement to get our airship back.
You can get us out of here.
Yes, I just need to supply enough weapons to arm an entire uprising.
And where will we get these weapons? From one of our many friends and allies?
A gunsmith in Finkton should be a walk in the park. What do you say, partners?
You're a liar, Mr. DeWitt. And a thug. But you're also my only means of reaching Paris.
Ooh, hello. What's this?
The hyena is a trickster. They live
to stir up trouble. So you beware the hyena. They will leave you with none but the sounds of their laughter.
Don't get too comfortable with my company, Mr. DeWitt. You are a means to an end. No more.
I see you have a bright future. A future in Finkton. Yeah, that advertisement might have a little bit of a bias in trying to encourage us to live in a worker settlement. PGs, clip size, damage boost for the volley gun, reloading, ammo increase for the pistol reserves. Yeah, let's go with the ammo increase for the pistol reserve. Alright. Out into the Finkton docks we go.
That would be your gunsmith. Who sent you to find this person?
Daisy Fitzroy.
She's either a great hero or the worst of scoundrels, depending on who's doing the telling.
She's good for an airship. I don't care if she's the Queen of Holland.
Is Holland under like a monarchy during the 1910s?
That is way too modern of history for me, and you know that.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
Truth is, I don't have a lot of time for all that prophecy nonsense. I tell you, belief is just a commodity. Old Comstock, well, he does produce, but like any tradesman, he's obliged to barter his product for the earthly ores. You see, one does
How
not...
are we going to get into Finkton?
Illegally. Let's look for another way in.
Why, that's Fink timber, a Fink hammer, and Fink's hand to swing it. He needs me, lest he soil his own.
There we go, and then the infuser giving us...
Yes, they were in a monarchy.
Oh, okay, nice.
What the doctor ordered.
Alright, we've... Alright, so there. Alright. Here we go. Ask a Fink employee.
Fink Industries is not recruiting at this time. Please come again.
It's locked.
She is not too happy with me.
Over there, a service elevator.
I wonder
Should
why.
take us down to Finkton.
And get ourselves killed in the bargain.
Who's there?
Vengeance is mine, saith the prophet. It belongs to the Lord.
Gotcha!
I'm looking!
Cut him down!
There we go. Ooh, another shock jockey. Excellent.
Circle around! Don't stop shooting!
And always good to eat cereal. Where's that ticking clock?
Need money?
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Nope, nothing of interest in that vendor. Always worth double checking any secrets.
Can you get this open?
Done.
Ah, okay, so we could have entered in from any side. Cool, cool.
Booker. It's Slate's locker. He must have worked here. This is my mother's diary. Why would Slate have it? My husband claims the child was created from whole cloth by divine will. I am a believer, but I am not a fool. His bastard shall not be raised under this roof. My mother. She had me locked in that tower.
Elizabeth.
I just want to get out of this city. Please.
Greetings. My name is Jeremiah Fink, and I want to share with you my personal creed. What is the most admirable creature on God's green earth?
Is it going to be the soldier ant?
The bee! Have you ever seen a bee on vacation? Have you ever seen a bee take a sick day? Well, my friends, the answer is no. So I say, be the bee! Be the bee!
Now, would a bee answer a telephone poll? Normally, no. But you know what? Fink is a very flawed interpretation of animals.
Yes.
Hold for Mr. Fink, please.
What's going on?
DeWitt, Fink here. Listen, my boy, we've had our eye on you, and I can tell you right now that you are our top candidate. Top! Now, my associate, Mr. Flambeau, will help you with anything you need.
What the hell was that?
I have no idea.
He seems oddly pleased to make your acquaintance.
Probably because he's just going to be, you know, tricking us in the next second.
Well, the man's got an ego.
Now, some say to me, Fink, why is it that we get paid in tokens that are only good at the company store? Well, I'll tell you what, I'll be damned if I let any of you poor folk get robbed at some shady establishment. You see, the Fink Company store brings you Fink products at a price designed specifically for the Fink worker.
Yeah, good thing that's illegal now.
Mr. DeWitt, welcome to Finkton. You'll find a variety of supplies here that should see you through your visit.
What does Mr. Fink want with us?
Excuse me, miss, but Mr. Fink's interest is strictly in the gentleman.
But why?
So sorry, young miss, but any questions regarding the gentleman's application should be taken up with Mr. Fink directly.
Does this strike you as good news? Doesn't strike me as good news.
We need a coal porter here to haul half ton of coal from Fink Manufacturing to
What do you think?
Shantytown.
Head to the gunsmith or scavenge supplies by that clock shop?
15 minutes now, bid 14. Will you give me 14? 10. 10 minutes bid, not 10. Will you give me 9?
9. I bid 9.
Not 9. Will you give me 8? 9 minutes bid.
ox cannot become a lion. And why would you want to? Who wants all those responsibilities and worry? You do your job, you eat your food.
Oh, I can't afford any of those.
Sleep. Simplicity is beauty. Got empty pockets? Best keep on walking.
Need a pipe fitter here. Crimp a pipe on Pearl Street. Starting bid of 20 minutes. Can I get 19?
18.
18 minutes bid now 18.
17.
17 minutes bid now 17.
14.
14 minutes bid now 14.
10.
10 now 10.
9 and 50.
9 and 50. Any lower now?
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
8 and 33.
I hear 8 and 33. 8 and 33. 8 and 33. We got our fitter in the green shirt.
Shantytown. Can I go into Shantytown?
Doesn't look like we can enter now.
Ah, damn it. I was hoping we could go into Shantytown and see what the hubbub was about.
Seems right up your alley.
Looks simple enough.
A good worker always has his eyes on the task at hand. As it sees by the Vox Populi.
That poster. There's another cipher on it.
Huh. So we need to find the code book?
Yes. Looks like everything's been impounded at the Good Time Club. Maybe that's where we'll find it.
Asset seized, asset seized. Vox sympathizers, and they mentioned it was at the Good Time. Good Time Club.
Want it?
That'll do.
How goes with the Bioshocks? It goes, Jack. It goes. We are now in Finktown, which is, you know, basically the 1920s equivalent of Andrew Ryan's little wet dream, where he's just like, ah, yes. What if I just had a town for all my workers and I didn't have to pay them a wage? I just gave them tokens and they bidded for work and what have you.
As a philosophy. You see, your company is like Noah's Ark. You have the lions, whose purpose is to keep order amongst the lesser.
Here it is, Booker.
Then
Chen Lin,
you have
gunsmith.
the beasts of burden. Now, they provide meat, milk, and labor.
Oh, hello. Let's see,
I have a
Daisy.
pressing need to speak to this so-called false shepherd, stirring up so much trouble. We got enough problems without this damn fool shooting up the city and blaming it all on the Vox. Though if he's amiable, yeah, he might be just the fellow we need for our immediate concerns.
Actually, hang on. Before I go in, let's... What in the... Swap over to the possession. Oh yeah, Good Time. This is where the cipher book is. We can look in here real quick and try and find that cipher book.
Come back at showtime!
When's showtime?
Come back at showtime!
Guess we should come back later.
Go suck a lemon.
You go, suck a lemon, Blue. I am wanting to try and get into this place before showtime. Would be good. All right. Clip increase, recoil decrease, clip increase. Thank you for the monies. Shotgun, cigar tin, coin purse. Some lady just giving herself money and an orange for her little, like, purse bag. Good for them. Blue and Jack just sharing a brain cell of no you. Blue tells me to go suck a lemon. I tell him to go suck a lemon. There we go. Machine. Now. Ooh, interesting.
Music. It's coming from that tear.
I never heard that song before.
I don't suspect anyone's heard that song.
Strike, they say. Throw down your tools, they say. Why, I tell you, the moment you do, you will see what those hyenas are made of. I ask you, where are they?
You're making me want to play BioShock again? You could. You could play BioShock again. It is available on the GOG or Epic Games Store or Steam. I'm pretty sure I somehow ended up getting 2 copies of BioShock. I have one set on GOG, thanks to, like, Amazon Prime, like, gifting you games. And then again on the Epic Games Store because, you know, the Epic Games Store decided to make some of the BioShock games free. So,
Take your time. I'm
yeah.
fine down here.
Alright, Ooh. Become harder to detect, affecting Zeppelins and the Whatsamahazu compared to the Electric Punch. Sure. Cigarette and beans. Booker DeWitt audition today. Cool. Well, before that, let's go into the gunsmith shop. I think I still have the original box discs for BioShock. Damn! That's some good fortune to you, Jack. So, yeah. Actually, one of the games that I don't know how I ended up having this happen to me, but I have, like, one game in my arsenal that is across not just, like, the Epic Game Store, but it's also on GOG, and it's on Steam now for me. Ooh. Sexy lady. Oh, wait, I already have her thingamadiggy, so that's why I was saying my salt was full. I thought it was a new thingamadoog. But yeah, the Kingdom Come Deliverance. I don't know how this ended up happening, but the spiritual successor of Oblivion by an entirely different developing team that...
The founder of Buddhism spent 49 days under a Bodhi tree until he achieved enlightenment.
Something tells me Comstock doesn't cater to idols getting worship that ain't him.
Yeah, he probably got into a lot of trouble because of following the Buddha and shit. But yeah, somehow I ended up with, like, multiple copies of Kingdom Come Deliverance. No idea how. I just now have, like, 3 copies on my account.
Hello? Mr. Lin? Chen, Lin? Is anybody here?
What happened here?
Someone worked this place over. Local constabulary, no doubt.
Do you hear that? There's someone downstairs.
What? I swear, we were just downstairs a minute ago. Oh, hello. Miss Lynn?
Now, I'm sorry to bother you. We're looking for Mr. Lin. Mr. Chen Lin?
Booker.
Mr. Lin, not here. He gone.
Gone?
They take flying squad. I pray, Gautama Buddha. Pray, give husband back. Give back to Maylin.
Where did they take him?
Club. Everyone take to good time club.
Where is this club? Ma'am, please, where is this club?
Booker, we'll find it. Just leave her be.
Why not Vox Populi help Chen Lin? why not Daisy Fitzroy help Chen Lin?
Who are the flying squad?
Cops. The kind who probably got their boot on Lynn's throat asking him how well he knows Daisy Fitzroy.
Isn't she the one we're working for?
As a matter of fact, it is. All right, now let's figure out where this Good Time Club is.
The only game I've lost is Zoo Tycoon. I think my parents hated you playing that.
Comes along and tells you.
Never played a Tycoon game.
I do not like the looks of that thing.
Everything.
You say, I ain't no slave. I ain't no fool. I am a fake man.
No hiding. Every step is like.
There we go. Donk and. Ah! Of course he has to electrocute me. Oh damn, that's a lot of money lost then.
Okay, catch! Ammo booker! I don't much care for you, Mr. Twin. I must admit, you know your way around a brawl. There it is, Mr. Twin.
Now we just need to head inside and find Mr. Lin. And just call me Booker.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I missed dialogue, darn it.
Welcome to the Good Time Club, sir or madam, where the lions roar. The show is about to begin.
Ah, do it, my boy. You know, the best kind of interview is one where the applicant doesn't know he's being evaluated. But I've watched you. It's the other day at the lottery. You're a brute.
Okay,
And
catch.
in times like this, I could use a brute.
What do you want, Fink?
My labor unrest is coming to it. Now, Fitzroy has got the jungle all riled up. A man like me could have use of an old Pinkerton like you.
Let's find Shen Lin and get the hell out of here.
Now, all I ask is that you finish what you started to it.
Open it.
Wouldn't want to disappoint the other applicants. Our first candidate is a veteran of Peking. Now, what's that they say about old soldiers? Frankly, my money's on you. He's something of an old hand at handling explosives. Only man I know who hasn't lost a limb working with them. Yet.
I need more time to look.
There we go. So that's one out of the way. Also, I'm trying to find that code book as well. Because they had like a cipher and it was like, oh, all this nonsense is seized.
Go-getter is a former devotee of Lady Comstock. But without the old gal, they don't know quite what to do with themselves. Picked this one up at a hiring fair for a song.
You do it. Her name. You won't hide long from her. She knows no blindness.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Now, enough of the opening acts. Your true rival is an expert with the automata. Wants to replace all our security with machines. I'll give the old boy credit, though. It would be fewer mouths to feed.
Alright. Possession.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Son, I do say I like the cut of your jib.
I don't have anything.
That's it! That is it! Oh, that sort of method, boy, will serve you well at big industries!
Thanks.
It's all I've got.
Don't damage your allies. They were not my ally a minute ago, okay? Excuse me for trying.
Congratulations, DeWitt! You know, when your name was first passed to me, I wasn't quite sure you were the man for the job. But now, I can say with certainty that I was quite wrong.
I'm not interested in your job, Fink.
Now, I know all about your little job for Fitzroy. But do you really want to take her offer over mine? Do you know how many people would kill to be head of Fink Security? You're a tough nut to crack, Mr. DeWitt.
Oh, this guy's like voice.
I promise you this. I will get what I want.
Booker, there's a door over here.
Watching like 7 people reluctantly shuffle out with annoyed faces to just let one person out. Yeah, look, trains, as much as I love them and such, there is an element of they are like, unless we're all like, you know, caught on to like, oh, you know, these people need to get out of the train next, we're not really good on that coordination. Oh, hello. More Fink audio.
I had thought you a fool, dear brother. When you told me that you heard wonderful music trumpeting from holes in the thin air, I began to doubt your mental integrity. But not only have you made your fortune from these doodads,
what's up with my right?
you have lit the path for me as well.
Ah. Alright. Here. Alright. Anything in this trunk? No.
Come on, Granny. You're a modern woman. It's 1912.
It's gonna be 2012 before I'm interested in one like you.
It's 1912, and then... Number 9 is Chen Lin.
Chen Lin, cell number 9.
But we still need to find the code book. Otherwise, could be in a spot of bother. Ooh, hello. I'll pick you up at the very least.
Interesting.
Oh, lockpick.
Look, a lockpick.
Alright, was there a code book here? Alright, it's not hiding out here as far as I can see. Cannon down there. Nope, nothing of interest here. Hairpin lock in there.
Child's play.
I used to work for folks like Fink.
Really?
And I was with the Pinkertons. They call us in when the workers got restless.
To do what?
Demonstrate the folly of men striking, throwing down tools.
You hurt people.
I'll tell you this. Sometimes there's precious need for folks like Fitzroy.
Why?
Because of folks like me.
All yours.
Surrender!
Alright. Oh, hey, it's a bird in a cage.
Hey.
Ah, nice, the code book. Alright.
That's it.
We'll be able...
For the clock shop.
We'll head back to the clock shop after going through this area, then. Still ammo.
Tell us what you know about Fitzroy, you goddamn gook.
Oh.
You know you can hear us. You want to say something? Or you want us to bring in Mrs. Lynn for company? Throw a bucket of ice water on him. We got 3 more to bring in tonight.
Terrible people.
Oh, what's that smell?
Ain't no privies down here.
They treat them like animals.
To tax the black more than the white, is that not cruel? To forbid the mixing of the races, is that not cruel? To give the vote to the white man and deny it to the yellow, the black, the red, is that not cruel? But is it not cruel to banish your children from a perfect garden? Or drown your flock under an ocean of water?
What could people have done to deserve to be locked up in a place like this?
Fink don't need much of a reason.
No. No, he doesn't.
Think you can crack this one open?
Okay. Got it. Here's some cash.
Oh.
Here.
And an outfit. Melee executions have a 65% chance. Melee kills give health. I like that melee kills give health.
Got a lock, needs picking.
Give me a second.
Peak hour trains are A+. It's just your daily dose of sardine time. Ah, yeah.
There.
I am relatively familiar with sardine time when it's going through to the city. I think, Artemis, you get sardine time not going into your work, but you get it going out, don't you?
I get it both ways.
Oh.
One on a train, one on a bus.
Okay. That's not too good. That's terrible.
What I get for living in the city.
You'll find your business with her has come to an end. Lions walk with lions, DeWitt, not hyenas.
Fink has obviously never gone into a safari because hyenas will do, like, you know, they can eviscerate some animals out there, and they're usually the first ones at them as well. Pack mentality and such. So it's not just lions that will, you know, fuck people over.
We're too late. God damn it.
This is what he meant.
Now we need to find someone else to make those guns.
No.
Dead is dead, Elizabeth.
Dead is dead.
What? How the hell did...
Ah, these two.
Heads.
And I see tails.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Why are you following us? Who sent you? Comstock? What do you want?
What do you see here, from this angle?
Dead.
Listen.
And that angle?
Alive.
Booker. Chen Lin.
The body's gone.
It was never here.
It's another Columbia.
A different Columbia.
The same coin.
A different perspective.
Heads.
Tails.
Dead.
Alive.
We have to go through to this other Columbia, but how?
It's like riding a bicycle.
One never really forgets.
One just needs the courage to climb aboard.
If we go into this tear, I don't think I'll be able to bring us back. Are you sure you're ready?
Interesting.
Okay, open it.
So instead of getting to Chen, they instead get to...
Look. There's no blood.
And no body.
It's another world, Booker. Another Columbia.
Something tells me one dead gunsmith ain't the only thing that's changed.
Yeah, so they removed... So they removed, like, the death of Chen, which means instead of getting to him, they instead get to his guns. So he's probably alive, then, underground, without his guns. But... Yep. So the Vox Populi have a lot more power behind them trying to go up against, Jeremiah Fink at this point. Nothing new here. So this was the small edit.
Fitzroy. Come on, you piece of horseshit. Tell me about Daisy. Cut him loose. What? Schofield says cut him loose. They're bringing his tools to the lockup. That'll keep him clean, I guess. Why? What are you, the Columbia Gazette? The chink's wife got friends in high places. Come on.
Okay, so that's the difference. Is they didn't have they didn't keep, like, you know, breaking him down. Now, and apparently Lynn's wife had a you know, someone in a high place, and they did, like, you know, an exchange.
Chen Lin is alive now.
We're in a world where he was never murdered. Somewhere we'll find out why, I suppose.
I don't suspect you can change something like that and have everything else remain the same.
Daisy Fitzroy, here's your voice. The Vox Populi reclaim this place. Oh, look, and the bird's dead at this point. In the previous one, the bird was alive. Pretty sure hyenas have the worst bite force out there besides crocodiles. Oh yeah, no. Most things that have, like, sharpened, like, fangs and canines, terrible bite. Labor agitator, Vox anarchist. Okay.
These men.
I killed them. They were dead.
Not in this world. Look at their noses. They're all bleeding.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Sick.
What's wrong with them?
They remember.
Remember what?
Dying.
Being dead.
Remember being dead, but because we, you know, altered, you know, our position in reality, we aren't supposed to be here, you know, killing them, and yet somehow they're there, and they remember that they were dead.
As my head of security, I suspect you'll want to find out how these two slipped past your men and what they were doing in the basement.
That man we just fought. In the other world, he was the one who was strung up on the wall.
In the other world? This whole business makes my head hurt.
Oh, come on. Booker, try to keep up. We are currently existing with the theory that every possible permutation of decision ripples out in the universe, and we are now experiencing a world where we have had a small critical decision change where instead of Lin being dead, he is now alive. And so we are now experiencing in that universe instead of being in the universe that we were previously in. Now there is like, you know, an argument to be made of like which one is the true reality and what have you, but we are currently living with the theory of the multiverse, which is that every decision is bound to happen until, you know, observation, you know, makes the thing become real. And Elizabeth over there just has the option of being able to observe more than one option and actually go to different areas. So, and this is represented through tears in reality. So we piggybacked on her power, and now we're in an entirely different universe where, you know, the choices that led to it are not the same that would have had us there in anyway, but, you know, fucking quantum mechanic magic. Try to keep up. So, an example of reality just, you know, has more than one option. Oh, hello. What's this thing? The First Lady by William R. Foreman. Oh, it's just about the little thingamadook. Never mind. It's okay, birdie. I found enemies. Ah, yes. The bird urge shall be avenged. Jack the Crow avenges all bird folk, whether they're dead by my hand or another. Search the fiddle case, we get more cake. Don't know what she was seeing. It's still the same Fink statue. He's still an asshole. You're tired? I just want to go home? Same. Although I am home, so I'm just tired.
Some folks just aren't satisfied with their lazy dressing industries. There's a purpose for all living things. The pharaohs of Egypt have been able to...
Go ahead.
There you go!
The pyramids of the Israelites have made bricks and oil. The captain of the industry.
Still looking! Here, arrow! Booker, catch!
Thank you.
Some men like you.
Run him down! Quick! Before he escapes!
Thank you for the hyper himbo, James. I'm gonna need it.
I'm looking!
Ow.
Booker, get up! Booker!
Not a fan of death. But I'm glad that this game just, you know, goes, you know what, let's just revive you. Hey, Artemis! You stole my shirt! You hearing this chat? You hearing my girlfriend just like, sniggering to herself? Alright, can you read this code there, Elizabeth?
Give me a second. The broken clock tolls at midnight.
Which clock?
The broken one, obviously.
This looks like the one.
Set it to midnight.
There we go.
Well, I'll be.
Alright, Fox phone.
I came to Columbia
Increase the
because
shields.
I believed in God and because I believed in honor. But Slade has shown me this. There is no God in shutting our brothers out from the family of man, and there is no honor in defending those who are strangers to its meaning. Perhaps in Finkton there is one more deserving of my service.
I'll kill you!
He were paid a single dollar a year. So, don't let money come between you and your craft.
Do you hear anything?
Huh?
No machines. No tools.
Let's go find that gun.
Because all of them have been sold.
Shrine. It's a figure of Comstock now.
Ah. So because of the wife no longer a follower of the Buddha and such, instead of that of Comstock, she would have been in higher society positions, and because of that, she was then able to do an exchange of her husband's tools for his life. And interestingly enough, she is not here, but Lin is here.
Mr. Lin? Chen Lin? Excuse me, Chen Lin?
Who are you? You speak up. Speak up! Can't hear you over all these machines. Very loud.
I'm Booker DeWitt.
Stand back! These machines very dangerous. Wait downstairs with Mrs. Lin.
Daisy Fitzroy sent us. We need to talk to you about getting some weapons.
Machines very dangerous. No place for stupid people. Want to lose pretty head?
Mr. Lin.
Downstairs.
What is wrong with him?
Remember him dead in that cell? Maybe in some way he remembers that too. How would you reconcile that?
I don't know.
Calm his troubled thoughts.
Oh, this isn't Mrs. Lin.
Ease his...
Excuse
This is
me,
a completely
I'm
different
looking for
person.
Mrs. Lin.
I'm Mrs. Lin.
No, I mean a little Chinese lady. She was...
Booker, this is Mrs. Lin.
They took Chen's tools. What's he got without his tools?
Well, your husband
You
is a
took the
bit out of
tools.
sorts.
If he could work again, maybe... If he could work, he'd...
Mrs. Lin, can you tell me who took your husband's tools?
Goddamn police. They took them and locked them up in the impound in Shantytown.
Alright, then we're going to Shantytown.
Would having his tools back fix his mind?
Who cares? We're not getting any guns if Chen Lin doesn't have his tools. Let's head to Shantytown.
Did you notice? Lin had a bloody nose.
Seems to be in style.
This tear, I'm not so sure it was a good idea.
Ah, you know nothing.
Give me a second. That's all I have right now.
Pin him down.
Yay, got my shirt back. Just in time for us to go into Shantytown.
You have your shirt back for now.
Sorry?
You have your shirt back for now.
Yeah. For now.
If you want to ask me, ask me.
About what?
My finger.
Sorry, I didn't...
It's all right. It's as much a mystery to me as anyone else. Maybe Songbird knows, but he's not talking.
I'm sorry.
What for? I get to wear this stylish thimble to cover up my hideous deformity. I hear they're all the rage in Paris. Here! Ammo!
Yeah, Hazard. Ooh, different kind of, different kind of ability, if I can get to it. Lockpick as well, so we get more of those. Alrighty. Anyway, up here? No, not from here. Yeah, we're leaving this area. Bonk. And over into Shantytown. Great naming in this 1920s.
You must think me some sort of freak. A girl who can bring dead men back to life. Whose only acquaintance is a giant bird creature.
Is this where we sing the Wellerman? I don't know if the Wellerman was a song back in the 1910s like this.
Back to that tower, no matter what happens.
They won't stop until they have you.
Why? What did I do to them?
You frighten them.
Good.
This is what they want, brothers. To keep you so hungry, you can't speak but to beg. To keep you so ignorant, you can't think of solutions to all your problems. To keep you chasing that almighty silver eagle so you can buy everything they're selling to keep you down, brothers. But Daisy Fitzroy says there's another way coming real soon.
Family's starving, we need food.
These people are like this because
Google,
of
the
fake.
Wellerman was from the mid-19th
Maybe Daisy's
century.
right.
The mid-19 what, sorries?
Not before she pays us.
19th century
We're here
to
for
1800s.
guns and then the airship.
Straight
Oh.
for the police station. Or see what's in that bar. What do you think?
Heads up! Privileged types. Spare some coin, friend. Not all of us are gainfully employed down here. And a man's gotta eat.
I would have lovingly gave you coin, but then you just started shooting at me before I could give it to you, so... whose fault is that?
Yeah, he's just shotgun at the ready. Just in case I cause him problems. Fair enough. Oh, I love Lever, Johnny Lever. I used to listen to like a whole ton of blah 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 blah, like a whole ton of different shanties thanks to Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. So many of them were available, and then they made it an album you can get on Spotify.
Guitar. Wish I knew how to play. Might just spell some of the gloom.
Here we go.
Now she got herself a mouth big enough.
Here we go.
Will the circle be unbroken?
And this was the song they played at the start of BioShock Infinite before we got baptized, or drowned while baptized, I should say.
Is a better home awaiting
And quickly eat the orange, because I can.
Booker, a lockpick. Grab it.
Fucking where? You say there's a lockpick, and you don't, like, give me a little direction for where it is. Oh. Pick up the keys. And then... bag of lockpicks and a purse there. Alright. So, most likely the keys are going to be used somewhere in this bar. Thanks, kid. Plenty of monies. You found keys for a lockbox. Keep your eyes out for a locked box. Yeah, I don't see one. And it didn't look like there was one here. Ah, another lockpick. So that's where it was. Alright. Out we go. I will eat the can of beans, though. Beans. Come back when you got some money, buddy. Sink, no money. Box here.
Come on! Hurry!
There's a tear over there.
Hit it harder!
Go ahead.
You bet.
Food! Out of my way!
Yeah, okay, they're getting their fair share.
They don't give a damn if we live or not.
I don't understand. Why some people are treated like men, and others like animals.
There's plenty places down below where you'll find more of the same.
Ah, they even tried doing crops here, and then they went and seized it all. God damn. Labor agitator? Oh, so they got traitor, fifth columnist. No idea what that's supposed to mean. See, lamb, whatever you call her, we don't need her. $6. Hey, no, Code, not the cactar. I wasn't gonna catch that.
Hey, Code.
Hi, Code. Welcome, welcome.
We hear tell that the gunsmith was making weapons for the Vox. We squashed that gunsmith like a bug and took his...
Booker, there's the impound.
We're gonna have to get through an army to get those tools.
Soldiers. The Vox and weapons go together like fire and gunpowder. One spark, and we'll have a blaze. There he is! Trespasser! Take position!
Elizabeth?
Okay.
Nyom. Go.
Don't make me hurt you. He's stuck. You gonna give me a promotion?
There we go.
Keep him pinned. Take him. Coward! Run and hide!
Dang.
Come on then.
Getting out of the open! Fire!
How do I get them out of there?
Get ready! Go in after him!
I'm looking for more. Booker, catch!
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
You have this on PS3 and you played it with the move gun controls. What is the move gun controls?
Here, ammo. Catch, Booker.
Got it.
Ammo.
Quickly!
I lost him!
Nice.
Fire! Fire! Come back! Any last words? Keep shooting! Keep shooting! Lay down! Find cover!
I need more time to look.
Don't let him escape! Come on!
Ammo, take it. Catch.
Much obliged.
Vengeance is mine, saith the prophet.
Hatred! Watch out!
Keep him down!
My eye is the prophet's. Reap what you sow.
Hold him there!
The Lord
Catch,
judges.
Booker.
Thanks.
That's all I have.
Kill him!
My aim is true, as my eye is the prophet's.
I'll kill you myself!
There we go.
Much obliged.
Oh, you're looking like the Statue of Liberty. You can die. BioShock 3 lets you play. Oh, so the move came with a gun peripheral, and BioShock lets you play with the peripheral. Nice. Although this isn't BioShock 3, it's BioShock Infinite. I feel like if they were to do, like, BioShock, it would probably be, like, a BioShock sequel, I should say. They probably would need to do, like, they would definitely modernize it, but I reckon, like, for it to be a real good scathing, it would need to be a BioShock from the year 2000. Like, if you did BioShock 1999, because, like, it would be a real interesting investigation into, like, you know, the whole, like, you know, free market, like, ideals and the pulling yourself up by your bootstraps after, you know, post-Reagan administration kind of nonsense the United States had.
It's locked.
Could be good. So until a proper 3 comes out, this is 3. Yeah, I guess. Do we know if we're still getting a BioShock movie or TV show? I remember that was talked about, like, years and years ago, back when we, like, first got, like, you know, games going through this sort of, like, not a renaissance, because they didn't really need a renaissance by having the IP or the media legitimized through, like, you know, older media like TV shows and movies. But for whatever reason, there was, like, all these, like, you know, IPs getting picked up, and it was like, oh, hey, did you know Mortal Kombat's getting a film? Oh, hey, did you know Twisted Metal's getting a TV show? My goodness, the success of The Last of Us really goes to show that TV shows could probably raise video games to a new like, tier of criticism. And it's like, we just get good games. All right, I'm going to swap from this hand cannon over to this repeater. BioShock 4 delay is the last thing I heard. Oh, so there is another BioShock, but it's just being delayed over and over again. Okay. I thought we were going to get a movie or a TV show.
Stop right there! Oh. I'll kill you!
Dunk.
Compared to a fake. My aim is true.
Booker, catch!
Thank you.
That's all I have right now.
There we go.
Go ahead.
On it!
Crank gun? Ooh, okay. I will grab you. And then... You're on Prince.
Break his bones! I saw!
Thank you for the extra salt. And the infusion we will put towards... Actually, we'll put it towards more health, just so then that way it...
Feel better already.
Because I think the health, like, raises up far more per level than with, shield.
There's the job and there's life. They pay me to hate the goddamn Vox, and I take their money, but what's the harm of having a drink with Fitzroy's people? Face to face at the graveyard shift, why, they're just folk. Well, I guess I fell into the goddamn bottle because I stumbled back without the evidence locker key. If Schmidt finds out, well, there'll be hell to pay.
And in this reality, they got to the Fitzroy's lieutenants. Also, I can swap from the crank gun to the machine gun. Ooh, Ooh, even the police are reading some propaganda. Good for them. Her eyes so blue, her skin so white, or are they? We must all be vigilant to ensure the purity of our people. No, you don't. You don't need to do any of that shit. Just accept people for who they are, but that would just, you know, mean that you would then start investigating people for the quality of their character, which would then lead you to believe that even the leading men were not appropriate people to have as leading men by those qualities.
Done.
Nice. So we maxed out that one. So... melee, briefly vulnerable. Melee targets briefly vulnerable for 5 seconds. I'll just take this. Search the crate. Search eagles. There we go. And there's their stuff.
There they are, the tools.
Now we just have to get them back to the Vox, and then we get our airship. Got a lock here.
I'll give it a whirl. All done. Who are we really helping by getting guns for the Vox Populi?
Ourselves.
Daisy can make a change, can't she? Make things better for the people here.
Sure.
Booker doesn't believe that because Booker, for the longest time, has, you know, gone on off of the deep end from, you know, thinking that serving higher causes serves yourself. He now understands the founders will bleed. Good for them. He now understands that in order to have, like, you know, true, like, self-worth, you have to pursue it for yourself.
Back to the shop. God, we didn't think this all the way through. What is that?
It looks like a tear to another version of this room that doesn't have any tools in it.
Well, if the tools aren't in there,
Then they must be back
back at the shop.
Booker, if we go into this tear, I don't think there's any turning back. Are you sure you want to go now?
Okay. First problem is that we don't have full context as to why the tools would be back at the original shop and with Lynn, you know, back there doing his work and all that kind of nonsense, because we already went through the first tear for the fact that, you know, Lynn is dead and what have you. So then first tear makes him so he's not alive, but then comes the problem of, oh, because he's alive, we now have the tools gone, so they end up here. So now we have to contend with a tear that is a subset of the previous tear of, okay, so the tools are back in the shop, which back in our original universe, that was the case. But we're obviously not going back into our original universe. We're going into another universe where somehow both of these criteria still exist, which means that we're probably going to be dealing with a very different ramifications of why the fuck the guns were stolen, were sealed here, and not the tools or Mr. Lin. Oh boy, can't wait to see the ramifications of our actions in quantum mechanics.
Well, that did something.
Come on, let's head back to the gunsmith and finish our deal. I aim to be on that airship and well shut of this place for long.
Booker, if the Vox get their weapons, there's going to be a revolution just like Les Miserables. These people are gonna have
No, not like Les Miserables. That is not a good equivalency to put into real life. Les Miserables also is a musical about a failed revolution, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I'm pretty sure the revolution that was dictated in Les Miserables was very much a case of we all had ideals. We all fought by, you know, rising against the powers, that alone would be enough because we had the moral high ground. Nope, that was not enough.
They argued something fierce at night, Lady Comstock and the Prophet. Could never make out what it was about from my bunk, though. After the worst, I seen she ain't left for morning prayer. So I crept upstairs to check in on her. Like a fool, I lingered. Scullery maid was what they called me when I walked into Comstock House. Murderer was what they shouted when I ran out.
Look here.
Fox. Fox.
I only mean one of them.
So the revolution that was once just, you know, a small time, like, you know, push and all that kind of nonsense has now turned into a full-blown revolution.
Can you feel it? Daisy's moved these people. Things can change, Booker, and we can be a part of it.
I don't want to be a part of it. Once we get our airship, we'll be well shut of this place.
Oh boy. This place is... Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is... Oh, interesting. It used to be like a 16-hour work, but this is the universe where it's an 18-hour work. And apparently that was enough to, like, get, you know, angry men singing and what have you. Kind of hilarious that that's the difference between the first two universes and this one, is that, yeah, we've just been pushing the needle further and further to just even more ridiculous hours of working until finally, yep, broke the camel's back, 18 hours. We know our limits. Oh.
I think there's a lockpick over there.
She is singing a song that should not exist for another 50 years. Yes, May Liz comes up when I'm walking away to deal with stuff. Yeah, because Elizabeth over here thought that because we saved a Chinaman and saved his tools and had them instantly teleported to another place, that this would all give us a revolution just like Les Miserables in her books, which, to my knowledge, isn't even the successful French Revolution.
You're Booker DeWitt, the hero of the Vox!
What the hell are they talking about?
Look at that poster. In this world, you're a hero.
But a martyr, which means...
Slate and I burned down the Hall of Heroes.
Booker, your nose. You're bleeding.
Hard to think of. There's two memories in the same
Booker,
place.
come back to me. We're going to find Daisy Fitzroy.
And we're getting out of here on the First Lady. Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Actually, good question then. We still have the key. Does that mean that there is now...
Okay, for this one, give a thumbs up. Hilarious! Ah, that's a great shot.
Samuel, when the spells of anger come, I want you to play this.
Clip increase, clip increase.
Courting, and remember that I am the proudest woman in Columbia to have been your wife.
With their own dreams and
They said your soul
aspirations.
was choked by the
Not
fumes
someone
of that
trying to
box.
make sure their
This
kids
I do
have
not
it better than
believe.
they did. The family sees
And
you
we
as
shall
something
meet
to be
again
controlled.
on that
To
eternal
be told
shore.
when to eat, when to sleep,
Both of
when
us
to stand and
whole
sit
and
down.
smiling.
No,
I
sir.
love you.
May I go to the bathroom, sir?
I love you.
You ain't a person to them.
I love you.
You're a tool.
Alright, so Hadi's husband, that was in the body and what have you. Did anything change here? No, nothing changed here. Just a repeater, no new chests, no lock boxes. Damn.
They want you thinking, my neighbor got a fine watch. How come I ain't got no fine watch? What I got to do for my boss to get me that fine watch? And you're all so worried about getting that watch. You can't even tell.
Alright. Welcome home, Jack. Good to have you home. You can kick back, you can relax, and you can watch the BioShock Les Miserables moments.
It comes down to it. The only difference between Comstock and Fitzroy.
I have
is
Do You
how
Hear
you
the People
spell
Sing
the
stuck
name.
in my head now.
Sorry?
I have Do You Hear the People Sing stuck in my head.
Blame Jack. They wrote the lyrics first.
Long live Daisy! I'll bleed you out.
Charge.
Press to lunge at enemies, delivering a tornado blow. Hold and release to build up a more devastating tornado blow.
Nice. I like that.
I lost him!
Sniper over there!
Do it.
All right.
You got no backbone.
Where is he?
I'm out! Move in on him!
Still looking.
Don't stop! Where is he?
Do it now.
There.
Come on, give me that hook. Here we go, here we go.
Go ahead.
Okay. You're injured.
Come here.
Made it.
Well, I guess we did it. I don't know if I brought us to a world where the Vox had weapons, or I created one.
I think, you know, given the infinite possibility of the universe, you found one. Hardly created one.
You see him? Where is he?
Let's load. Sniper rate of fire, clip, recoil decrease on the sniper rifle. Yeah, nothing good. And okay, so same wife as before.
No, this is not what I meant to have happen.
Elizabeth,
They're dead, Booker.
come on.
They were in the first one as well.
Let's go to the factory and get our
So
airship. This isn't our responsibility, none of it. You just open the door to this world and we step through.
Are you sure, Booker? Did I just bring us to a world where Chenlin was alive, or did I create it? I told you, I always thought that my little trick was a form of wish fulfillment.
Looks
like
I got a friend in town after all. Slate. He's fell in with these Vox Populi. And for irregulars, I will say, they're loaded for bear. Problem is, I gotta help them with their damn revolution first. Then we take Comstock House by storm. I do that, I get the girl.
okay. So that's the alteration. So that's the full back alteration into why he ended up as a martyr. Oop.
Brothers and sisters, I wish to speak plainly to you. When you look at yourself, you see a face of a person, yes? A human being. But do you know what Fink sees? He sees livestock. He sees the monkey that shovels his corn. If he could eat you, he'd feed you. He'd bed you down in straw. Boil off your skin and turn you into chunk.
Do it!
There you go!
If you want to be a mule, well, go on, be my guest.
Shock jockey to deal with the Patriot. Far better.
Sorry. Take this ammo.
There we go.
Open that gate and the factory is ours!
I would like to offer some words of counsel to one Jeremiah Fink. Now, I'm sure we all familiar with Mr. Fink's philosophy on the good people.
No way to open the gates with that Zeppelin fire!
Have I played Deathloop? Yes, I have. I have played Deathloop. Oh, Jesus. I have played Deathloop. I even played it on stream, Jack. The disappointing thing of Deathloop is that, like, I would have loved for there to be more than, like, one sort of, path to get everyone killed and what have you. But it very much was a case of, like, oh, hey, like, you know, you had, like, one correct path in order to get everyone killed because, like, you know, one of the characters guaranteed wasn't leaving their home or anything like that in the morning. So it's like guaranteed you always had to go to this place in the morning, and then you had to do like these kinds of machinations in the afternoon, and then you got to the evening where, you know, a majority of them were found, and then you got to midnight where then finally you went to the final place. Like that was kind of like that one was like a little bit annoying, but then they had it end. Like, I think the thing at the end where it was like, oh yeah, like, you know, you have a choice of like, you know, either accepting that you end the loop and deal with however like long it's been since the loop started, or, you know, you keep on letting it go on itself by having neither of you die and such. I would have been more interested to see like more science, like, you know, fuckery happening rather than just the death looping, because we would see echoes of ourselves in Deathloop. And I was hoping that there would have been something of an explanation for it, rather than it just being, you know, random little occurrences.
They can't get that door open unless someone takes that airship out.
Are we volunteering?
Yes, we are. Don't worry about it.
Need to sabotage the engine and bring this thing down.
Easy enough to do. So yeah.
True, as my eye is the prophet's.
Cover me!
I haven't found anything.
Judges.
Catch!
Great.
My aim is true, as my eye is the prophet's.
You need this.
Got it.
There we go. Yeah!
Okay, now to get off this thing.
For the struggle!
I'll put you down.
That was amazing.
Come on, Elizabeth. Let's go find Daisy in the factory.
The gates are open!
I wonder, like, where would Elizabeth be in this universe? Because, like, the reason Booker is helping the Revolution and such is because the Revolution would help him get to Daisy. Sorry, not Daisy. Get to Elizabeth. But Elizabeth is with us. So does that mean that the Elizabeth that was existing in this universe is just somewhere else entirely? And wasn't actually stuck with Daisy in the group?
There's not an Elizabeth in this universe.
Say that again, sorry?
Maybe there's not an Elizabeth in this universe. Given that she can open up the doors and stuff, she may be a multiversal being.
Possibly. Maybe it is a case that, like, each tear we go to, she doesn't exist.
Daisy said she was coming here for Fink.
We need to take that elevator up. Bet it leads to Fink's office.
Sheltered life. Grants brief him invulnerability when gaining health from snacks and health kits. Become harder to detect. Yep. Push the button.
They're just right for each other, aren't they?
Who?
Fitzroy and Comstock. May Lynn? Mr. Lynn? My God, I was so set on getting to Paris. I didn't really think that...
You couldn't have known this would happen.
I had a role in this catastrophe. If you want to pretend that we're purely innocents in this, then that's your prerogative, but...
Oh. Telephone. Bring.
Pickle.
Hi there, Cap.
Hello?
Pickle. Pickle no good, man.
Saw with my own eyes.
Why are you invisible in the Discord Fugie thingamadoogie again? Discord Fugie does weird nonsense. I'll fix it, don't you worry. Watch.
Because no one hears a word I say. Has the memory gone? Are you feeling numb?
Nah, thankfully you are popping in through the comms channel. Yeah, maybe she's hiding for all we know. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. So sources. Ding. And then we go to group. Save. Donk. Bam. Because ding dong. Yeah, you're using the Artemis Snap now, so I can now remove this override. Hit save. There we go. And then
Wow, there's 2 people using art that I made. No.
it's you do some amazing art. Oh,
It's
Cap.
true, I do.
Yeah, it's absolutely
I'm
fantastic.
not humble.
All right, studio mode. Me doing some silly nonsense in the background. All right, ding dong. Refresh cache of current page. Hit OK. There we go. And now I can exclude myself again.
There, right, game.
There you are. As your fucking Rothgar with shades.
Yeah.
Cat ladies in the chat with me. What a dream
Yeah.
come true. Oh my god, my keyboard is about to run out of battery life. Need to fix that. All right, there we go. Alrighty, how's it going, Cap?
It's good. I was just on the call with my goyle.
Your girl, your wife.
My wife? I shit like apples.
That's good. Apples are nice. I actually have this. I don't share it too often, but this started like a number of months ago at this point, like probably even last year. Jack will know of this, but Jack was just sort of like an on I think it was either the Royal Galas or the Pink Ladies or something like that, which annoyed the shit out of me. But I now have a let me see if I can find the button. I now have a Twitch goal where if we get up to 50 subs, I will grab like one of each apple available at like my Kohl's or Woolies and what have you, and I'll just do a review. I'll do a ranking of apples.
Red Delicious all the way.
Yeah.
You out of your goddamn mind.
What, Red Delicious all the way, or out of my mind trying all the different apples available to me?
No, Red Delicious ain't all that.
Oh, real? This is why I think it's in. This is why I think that I need to do this Apple ranking, because people are coming in here like, you know, ew, Red Delicious, or yay, Red Delicious, or, you know, God forbid, there's someone in this chat. I don't know who it is. I don't know if you're there right now, but there's someone in this chat that is gonna try and tell me that Granny Smiths are the best.
Dear God, if there's someone that idiotic, death penalty.
Let's see. Is someone gonna pipe up after Jack asks you Red Delicious and says, "Look, I fuck with Granny. It looks delicious. It just tastes like literal wax."
In my defense, Red Delicious are the only ones that I know for certain are gonna actually taste okay. The others are hit and miss depending on the season. And Granny Smiths are only good if you're cooking with them.
I'll agree with that. But dollars for dimes, the Fuji apples stay on top.
Fuji apples? Okay. I can get
Do
behind.
you know how often I can see Fuji apples at any of my Coles or Woolworths? That's why I go Red Delicious. They are always in stock, and they're not that bad.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. Chat, help me get 50 subs, and we will try and get as many different apples as we can that are available in Australia, okay? Like, who knows?
So, funnily enough,
what's
like a couple months ago, my dad took me up to there's like a bunch of apple farms kind of close by, like in the Blue Mountains,
mm-hmm.
and they had some fucking bomb apples there.
Grant, we need to go to Applethorpe.
Listen,
the fuck is okay, I can interpret that Applethorpe is like an apple haven because of the name Applethorpe, but where the fuck is Applethorpe? That sounds like a fantasy.
It's about a 30-minute drive southwest from Stanthorpe, which is wester than you've ever been in Queensland.
Fair enough.
It's kind of Applethorpe sounds like a starting town in an RPG.
Honestly, like you could probably do that with like a lot of different like, you know, towns outside of the major cities. Like let's be honest. Like hearing Tenerife does sound like a fucking like city in a fantasy. It's like your first city. It's not the last city in a JRPG. It's just sort of like come on, we've never gone any further than Tenerife. You think of the adventure, and then you get to Tenerife, and then you get roped into the next big adventure, and before you know it, you're fighting God on the top of the snowy mountains.
Hey, speaking of RPGs, guess what I've been playing?
The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial that allows you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and Stormblood expansion and Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime.
Well, I mean, I have been playing that, but that's not what I was referring to.
God damn it.
I have been playing the critically acclaimed game with critically acclaimed award-winning voice actor Benjamin Starr. I have been playing Final Fantasy XVI.
I thought you were going to say Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Okay, but Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is on my PC. But also Claire's just hotter.
I feel like that's because like he's just, you know, fantasy brick shit house, like Jon Snow kind of thing. Whereas the other guy is just, you know, like the other guy is just emo French, which I feel like is a bit of an odd, like, let's be real. What's his name?
People out hot.
The what's his name? SK. SK is a hear me out because the man is just filled, or whatever he is just filled with wine and is drunk and happy all the time. He's just like
SK.
Sorry?
So he's
You like SK.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of French, guess what is happening tomorrow in the house of me?
Something to do with the French. You're going to Les Miserables.
No. We are getting a dog.
Ooh, wait, how does that do with the French? Oh, are you getting like a French bulldog?
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Hell yeah. I can... This autism helps me jump the train tracks when it needs to. I know how this works. Everyone thinks I'm crazy when I go from one topic to another. I know the connectors.
Yeah, it's gonna be a French bulldog, so I'm gonna teach it how to yell.
You either an imposter or a ghost. My Booker DeWitt was a hero to the cause, a story to tell your children. You
To be fair, Clive is hot as fuck.
complicate the narrative.
But here's the thing is, you had Sid in Final Fantasy 16. I feel like, also, hi there, Chompy to Chomp. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
You right?
Like,
Sid is also hot.
Yeah. Sid, like... Oop. Oh, what the hell? Alright. There we go.
I love in the first part of the game where he's super sad and he's voice breaks and he goes, "I'll fucking kill you."
Souls have shown me yet another wonder, though I've yet to see the application for it.
2 hands.
Illuminate a merger
Clive in one hand and Sid in the other. Is that what you're saying, Jack?
greater of both parties.
Yeah, at the start of the game, he was very sad little meow meow because he was a kid and he was sad. And now he's a sad little meow meow that's hot.
So yeah. I remember trying to get into Final Fantasy 16 when it first released, and it was just going off at a time when I could not care for more like Game of Thronesiness in my fantasy. I was not interested in like, you know, the true evils of the world are the structures that we have laid upon us in attempts for good because it gets exploited by the scales of gray. It's just like, no, don't give me that shit in Final Fantasy. I want my classic evil is evil, Kefka is an asshole for whatever reason. I only know him from the Omega Thingamadiggy, and we are the good guys. I am fine with this kind of thing, okay? I should really get into Freeran, because apparently that one is just quite literally demons are evil and we kill the demons. So.
Got it.
Only ever played 10.
That's good.
That's on my to-do list. Cap, what's your favorite Final Fantasy?
They all have their good points. I've been playing through Final Fantasy IV as of late. That's a fun game.
Which one?
I love
Sorry?
Cecil. 4.
4. Okay.
The one with the Dark Knight who turns into a paladin.
Oh. Kind of like Zero in Final Fantasy 14.
Like, the entire of that patch quest is Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
Like, you know, all four of the big like dungeon bosses. Those are just like the primals of not the primals, but like the 4 elemental big bads of Final Fantasy IV. And Golbez is the big bad guy.
I've had to learn, thanks to Velk, that like there is no original storyline in Final Fantasy XIV. It's just member berries of other Final Fantasies.
Yeah. You remember in 6.5 when there was Zeramus? That's just the final boss of Final Fantasy IV.
Great. Was Stormblood original? Because I don't know, Stormblood just feels a bit rushed.
I'll have to think about that. I think it might have been.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Shinryu was in 4. After Years 5. What's that? 9, 10, 12, 14. Type 0. Dimensions 2. Dissidia. Theatrhythm.
What in the... I need to get off this platform.
You hear the next patch is going to be a fucking Final Fantasy 11 patch?
Oh, the handyman can temporarily electrocute, damage, stay off until the... Okay, so didn't realize I could do that.
Hey Artemis, have you ever played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14? Which will soon have not only the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion, but as well the Stormblood and Shadowbringers expansion in its free trial.
I'm not going to comment.
She's annoyed that I just have that like you know, down and out in my brain and ready to whip out. Like, let's be frank, I also have it as the shirt.
You do have it as a shirt, yeah.
So, yeah.
It's not that you have it ready to whip out, it's that I've lost count how many times you have said it in the last 2 weeks.
It's because I finally got back into it. What's real funny is that, like, when I first played it 3 years ago, like, I was only doing it like once a week, and Blue Foxy and Icy was like, oh, look at this Final Fantasy 14 streamer. And I'm like, I play a variety of games. I'm a variety streamer. And then lo and behold, like, you look at my stats, and my two biggest categories are just chatting and Final Fantasy 14. And I'm just sort of like, ooh, maybe I am a Final Fantasy 14 streamer at some point. So...
Yeah, in Grant's defense, though, Artemis, you really gotta play Final Fantasy 14. It's that good.
So I have been told it can wait until my uni semester break, though.
There's a lot of things waiting for the uni semester break, such as a full a full ref sheet. I was about to say a full fursuit. You're talented, but you're not that talented. There's gonna be
not that good.
Yeah, see, not even Cap's good at doing a full fursuit.
I didn't even know. Oh, you were talking. Oh,
yeah. Wait, were you thinking?
Right, you make your own cosplay.
I could probably do it.
Yeah.
I'm currently actually working on one for Grant at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah. She's making a shirt for me because she keeps stealing mine.
How's she gonna get enough fabric to fit around your big muscles?
You'd be surprised at how much fabric I have.
Fair.
I have yet seen the limits.
Like 5 minutes.
You're just about to collect all the fabric around your place and get them all like laid out like one of them French girls.
Sitting next to it.
It's all there. It's not like in boxes right now. Some of them, every single fabric.
It's still in boxes, but most of it's out. No! And I was saying, no, give me 5 minutes to like finish literally doing the last 5 stitches and cutting out the actual cuffs, and I can send you photos in Discord.
Okay, cool.
Come on, Booker, we've got to get out of here. Boost me up.
Oh yeah, it's just like BioShock 2, where we're getting the little sisters like thrown into the vents.
Hey Grant, you ever seen those TikToks of it's like the Australian countryside, and it's got like the free-written fucking soundtrack to it, and it's just like 28 years after the death of Himmel the hero.
Nah, I haven't. That is a TikTok trend I have not been privy to.
It's pretty aesthetic. I like it.
That's good to know. I'm trying to think of the TikTok's aesthetics that I've been getting most recently. The most recent one, like granted, it's so old at this point, is just the "my attacks do not affect you," and it's basically the caption is men cannot decorate. Who decided that? Brrr, and it just shows like the one random item, like a lawn chair or a gun or a Monster Energy drink.
I'm not commenting.
Hey, I can decorate. I got decorations behind me. I have like a Crusader helmet. I got a Spartan helmet. I got books. I got a flag. I got Dungeons and Dragons. None of you can see this, which isn't really fair. But if we go on over into my chatting section, granted, this place has not changed in the last 2 years. But look at this shit. Look at all. Look at all this decorating! So hi there, Felk. I'm not allowed to comment on your glamour, am I? Look, I'm not... Sure, my glamour is quite literally just Shaggy in another universe. I realized that mistake, and I did that again in another video game by accident. I did that in Monster Hunter Wilds. I somehow, once again, regressed back to, what if Shaggy was in this universe?
Is this it? Is this your movement, Daisy?
So...
This is what needs to be done. You see, the founders ain't nothing but weeds.
Damn, why is she tweaking?
Cut them down and they just grow back.
Because if the developers at Irrational Games didn't go down this route, then every investor and producer would just sort of be like, hey, we love that you're, you know, showing the evils of like a system that we benefit from going too rampant, but could you not make the counter movement against us seem like such an obvious answer? Can you please put in just a little thing of like, oh, hey, terrible idea because you can't control it whatsoever?
Ah, yes.
So.
Corpos.
Yeah. There's one game that apparently does it really well, which is Disco Elysium that I want to play. No one has spoiled me on Disco Elysium, partially because it's one of those, like, you know, CRPGs where there's just way too much going on for you to have, like, a, you know, a full dissection of it without just playing it yourself, a la Final Fantasy XIV.
It's also like JoJo's, like, you can get spoiled for it, but also it's so odd and confusing that it's not actually a spoiler. You just get confused.
Yeah. Like,
That's what the doctor ordered.
so that's what I've been, oh, look, there's, what's my whoosies?
Fitzroy, you win this fool war. You send this to New York. They ain't getting the girl. Whoever they are. Maybe I did right by you and the Vox. But in the end, that don't square anything.
I am going to head out. I shall catch you schmucks later.
All good. You just wanted to quickly drop in and cause a little chaos. See what the GF sounds like on stream and be on your way.
Because as you know, I'm here to fuck chaos.
Listen, I think you should
I don't give a shit about chaos. It's me, Stranger of Chaos. Put on Limp Bizkit.
Elizabeth.
Jack.
You just run around shirtless, Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, Jack just out here showing the titties out for free with long flowing hair.
Alright, later schmucks.
Laters. Thank you, Cap.
Hey, Cap.
Elizabeth.
This is all they had.
Listen,
How do you do it?
how do I do what?
Forget. How do you wash away the things that you've done?
You don't. Just learn to live with it.
So the moment of truth between us. New York or Paris?
No, 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 no!
Shit. Come on, we gotta find a way to make this thing go faster.
There's gotta be some sort of throttle or accelerator.
Do you know what that looks like?
I don't know.
Help me find it.
Just a big threatening button would be cool. Jack with a bias of birds. You can't outfly a bird. Just one giant, massive bird. Actually, isn't that just peak design, really, at some point? Is just, oh, you want to have, like, a complex, like, you know, enemy to face off against? Just giant bird. Like, it's either going to be giant mechanical bird in a sci-fi, or it's going to be a dragon, which is just, quite frankly, a giant flying bird with scales.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's a giant chicken. Also,
Chickens are not giant chickens.
Also, is my game frozen at this point? With like 5 minutes to spare? Maybe. Yeah, maybe the game is frozen. Like, this thing ain't moving. At least everything else on my PC is working. And what did Jack send me? Oh, yeah, someone went and created a basil geese from Monster Hunter into a Minecraft mod. So now there's like a flying contraption that just drops TNT pine cones. Yep, the game crashed. Wonder if I have like any warnings in the background about it. No, none whatsoever. It just decided to crash. Look, I don't question the craziness of Minecraft creators, okay, Jack? Like, there are Minecraft people that have done a scale of like whatever structures around the world and such, where they've made it so that even though the bricks are technically 1 meter by 1 meter in Minecraft, they've bothered scaling up structures up to like, 10 times their size, so then that way they can invoke even greater detail with the 1 meter by 1 meter blocks, so they turn into more like 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by that regard. Like, I'm not gonna question when a mod comes out allowing you to do aerodynamic nonsense to be like, hey, why don't we just recreate some of Leonardo da Vinci's contraptions and get them working in the Minecraft system? Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, sorry. Yes. I should probably double check and make sure that if I do open up BioShock Infinite again, that it is going back to the point of BioShock Infinite that we need to be at. Because if it doesn't, then this is going to be a bit of a problem when we try and continue on with this game again. When I pick it up in like 2 months, when I finish another game, and I need to go back to this one because I didn't think of another game to pick up for the next one. You can do that in the new update and create. Yeah, you just showed me Bezel Geese flying in Minecraft. I had no doubt in my mind that someone had already done the Da Vinci machines. Someone's probably done a Boeing 747 or an Airbus 310 just to really show off the ingenuity. Okay, so they put us all the way back here then. That's fine. I'm fine with it putting me all the way back there. That's not a huge problem. We're missing like, what, 2 minutes at best? It's nothing. So yeah, it can drop bombs. Yeah, that's the whole point of Bezel Geese, is it drops bombs. I totally understand what's going on here, Jack. But yeah, I am gonna go and call the stream here because, it's encroaching onto 10 o'clock and what have you, and I'm just simply using the BioShock Infinite game as a little stopgap filler until I finally settled on a game that I want to like start picking up again in regards of like, regular streaming purposes and what have you. Because Lord knows I'm going to have to pick something that is also going to replace Final Fantasy XIV once I catch up to all the patch content there. Because, there won't be anything until, finally they do the next patch. How about Subnautica? Yeah, I've already played Subnautica. I played Subnautica Below Zero as well. Isn't there like a Subnautica 2 coming out at some point in the future? There was like some, hang on a second, Subnautica 2, coming soon to early access. On the 15th, oh shit, it comes in like a day and 3 hours. It's on my wish list. It comes out tomorrow. Well, a day and 3 hours. I'm pretty sure it's coming out in 2 days because Australia gets to be the annoying person where, despite the fact that they all tell us that it's coming out on X day, they learned what time zones are and decided that they are going to adhere to the US time zone and have Australia have to wait like another like 14 hours before they can play it. Rather than setting their time zone to, oh, I don't know, Greenwich Mean Time, like 0 hour. Yeah. But no, there's all kinds of games in my backlog. Like, what's more is like let's see. So, Monster Hunter Stories I'm been doing off stream. I like Monster Hunter Stories. I'm definitely going to keep that off stream. Let's see. Started grabbing all the different Star Wars games. We're done with Pragmata. We're done with Resident Evil. Let's see. Ding dong. Gifted Atlas, Code Vein. I could get started onto Code Vein. You've got it preloaded? Oh, lucky you, Jack. Lucky you getting the Subnautica 2 game preloaded. Sneaky little treat for yourself. Alright, so yeah, on my Steam library, I don't have anything that's like on stream, like ready to continue. Let's see, so we got BioShock Infinite. Code Vein is a maybe. I remember Code wanting me to play some other game before we went into Code Vein. I can't remember what it was, though. Darksiders was going to be a potential. And then we have, like, all the Final Fantasy games. Remnant from the Ashes. I don't know why I put Vampire on my to-do list. It's not exactly an important game in my repertoire. And then I also have like I have a Google Doc I can check out for like all the other games. Because people have recommended me games as well and franchises like Nier and Beloved. So like if I open that nonsense up real quick. Also, I should probably have I made it so that no one can raid into me in the last hour? Now I have. Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic revealed. That was a while ago, wasn't it? Single player narrative driven. Yeah, that was a while ago revealed. Any whoosies. Current backlog. So Final Fantasy 14, parentheses, forever. So I need to figure out where I can get a PlayStation 3 so I can go through Metal Gear Solid 4. Potentially dropping Generations Ultimate, because as much as fun as it is going through like a little nostalgia trip of like, oh, what is Monster Hunter old generation like compared to new generation? There's just so many quality of life stuff from the new Monster Hunter that I'm like, I would much rather just play that Monster Hunter. And then at some point, you and Blue, like I know Blue has this idea where the three of us go through Monster Hunter Rise, I think it was, and we try and keep ourselves to like relatively the same narrative progression. I mean, we told you. Yes, you told me, but it's one of those experiences where, like, you could tell me, you know, oh, a burger tastes terrible, or that a movie does not live up to expectation, or that this milkshake tastes like an Oreo orgasm. You can tell me these things, but I'm probably going to need to experience it once to figure out whether you're just, you know, whether you're, you know, talking real or if you're just trying to gas me up, okay? Because I'll tell you what, there was someone in my stream, you know who you are, you told me that Devil May Cry 2 was going to be a terrible game. And you know what? It wasn't a terrible game. I understand it's probably not the strongest of the Devil May Cry games out there, but it's certainly not the worst. And I feel like if I, you know, listen to people's advice and such like that, and I not play Devil May Cry 2, and then I finally went back to it after going through all the other Devil May Crys, maybe I could have had that same opinion, but I'm glad I went through the franchise in an order and all that kind of nonsense. I am weird like that. There's going to be games I need to give a try and such like that. So, and yeah, and look at all these games I could be getting a start on. I'm gonna probably reserve Final Fantasy 1 to 6 as like a December thing. Like going through the Final Fantasy series, I want to make like as a back in the day when I made every night I was streaming just nothing but Kingdom Hearts to try and catch up on it. I went through like what was like a decade of Kingdom Hearts content in 6 months. That was honestly so much fun. I had so many people join in on the nostalgia because of that, and it was fantastic. I'll probably do that with Final Fantasy. Get to December, and it's just nothing but Final Fantasy. I go through Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them. Not the, you know, side content thing, because, like, there's, like, one that's, like, in the Final Fantasy 7 universe or something like that called Crisis Core, and then there's another one, like, Strangers of Paradise or something. I'm not going to bother with all that kind of nonsense. I'm just going to go, like, the ones that have a number. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, 11, 12, 12, 2, 13, 14, 15, 16. So yeah, make it something easy like that. You who would skip all the extra content except in fucking DMC. like was I really skipping extra content? Because here's the thing, the DMC extra content was legitimately extra content. The extra content in DMC 2 and DMC 3, what was that? Oh, you're just playing the same levels again but with a different character. That's not extra content, that's just a reskin. Like, I'm not, like, why? Not forgiving you for that regardless of the reasons. So yeah, could pick up Cyberpunk and, you know, I feel like if I was gonna do like Cyberpunk or Kingdom Come Deliverance, like, or Morrowind, I feel like if I did either of these three things, I would have to like fall into like, you know, doing an RPG kind of augmented thing. So it's like my character, like this 3D model looking more like, you know, within line of like one of these three thingamadiggies before we go further into it, and try and do like a whole ass act of like, you know, playing through the game as if my character is in the game and such like that. So Borderlands probably would be a good one. Although I'd feel like going into another first-person shooter after BioShock won't be as fun of an experience. Going through the Metal Gear Solids. Portal was recommended to me by Sir Dragon. Honestly, could be good. Everyone's played Portal. I'll be real with you. I have played through Portal 1 and Portal 2. It's been a while, so it will be interesting to see how quickly I solve through some of these puzzles. Ah, here it is. Code Vein. Code, but he wants me to play God Eater first. Apparently, Mina Hollower. What in the world is Mina Hollower? You've been silent for the longest time, Wild Saber, and you just come in here like Mina Hollower. Pretty sure Mina Hollow is like isn't she a woman from like the Dracula series or something like that? Like she was Van Helsing's bride or something like that, and then like she got like, you know, wooed by Dracula and almost got turned into a vampire, and so like, you know, Van Helsing and blah 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 blah, like a random group of other like men who are just knowledgeable in this nonsense like went back to Transylvania and whatever's. Look it up on stream. I've been looking forward to Mina Howler too. I'll look at that in my own time. I will be real with you. Oh, Soylent Orange was also looking forward to Mina Howler, whatever that is. My dumbass would want you to play Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Okay. Only because you're a moderator. The fuck is Lorelei and the Laser Eyes? Point and click adventure through the logic of... Why does this makes me think of What's-a-Mahoozy, the guy that made what's the name of the creator? Killer 7? Yeah, that. You probably won't enjoy it. I do want to play Outer Wilds. That one is a game that I've heard so many people, like, outside of stream telling me, like, when people talk about, like, oh, what is an example of, like, a good video game that could only be told within the context of video game media. So, like, The Last of Us, that's a narrative story that can be told in movie and TV show and has been shown in TV show to still, you know, land and such like that. Halo, like any like sort of narrative driven stories normally can be told in movie or TV show, but apparently Outer Wilds is an amazing game, and like the story and elements behind it can only work by experiencing the game. So I like, that's actually, you know what? I'm going to put that on my to-do list. Hang on a second. Where is it? Is it on my to-do list? Think. All right. Ding dong. Outer Wilds. There we go. Outer Wilds is great, especially for streaming. Absolutely do not look anything up if you're going to play it. Yeah, no, I've been like that advice has been told to me like in forever. Like there has been like everyone keeps telling me the same thing. You do not look up anything about Outer Wilds. So I've like avoided going through any sort of like documentaries or the YouTube essays about the game, because it's like at some point I'm probably gonna need to play it, much like in the same realm as Disco Elysium. I have not heard anything about Disco Elysium other than the fact that it's had like one of the craziest like, you know, developer post-launch stories ever, where the studio gets bought out by like the antithesis of the game, and then all the developers like break away from it, and now everyone has opened up a studio, and they're like, from the creators of Disco Elysium, and everyone's like, okay, but what part of Disco Elysium are you talking about? So yeah, Sudafity. So yeah, anyway, I've been waffling on for long enough. I need to transition out from, you know, being a crazy little shitter and just, you know, talking nonsense and what have you. I need to go on a little raid. And I can see at the top of my recommended list, let's see, they've been streaming for the last 4 hours. Are they gonna keep on going? No, it looks like they're about to do a marbles on stream thing, which is probably not the right message. Blah, 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 blah. Let us see. Anyone in my to-do list? Hang on, I'm just gonna, let me close this so then that way it does a refresh. All right. Who's this Artemis person in the corner? That's my girlfriend, Artemis Snep. Soylent. This is Artemis. This is the girl. This is the girlfriend. She's been in the chats and what have you. And she was and like literally this afternoon she was like, "Hey, what would I need to do in order to like, you know, go onto your like VC and hang out with you when you're streaming and such like that?" Number one, glad you asked. I didn't want to like push that kind of thing on you, and yeah, provide the instructions, and now look, there she is. She real. Waffle. We're not at the pancake place though. No, we're not. You're right, Jack. We're not at the pancake place. So, who did our PNG? Cap. Capricious. So, highly recommend their stuff. Actually, Soylent. You will love Cap's shit, all right? She does some amazing work. I'm joking, glad you're here. So yeah, hi there, Wild Saber. But yeah, all right. I am going to call the stream here, and we're gonna go raid into, you know what? Let's see, is he still streaming? Yeah, he's still streaming. All right, we're gonna go raid into Code the Yoshi. It looks like he just recently got raided as well. So let's have a
double raid.
Sorry?
Double raid.
Yeah, double raid, exactly. So yeah, hang on a second. I need to close this window. So yeah, so we're gonna go raid into Code the Yoshi. One moment, please. And then we're gonna go with our short and sweet himbo raid. He'll know exactly who it is with this kind of raid message. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome. You're more than welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. Otherwise, I want to say thank you, Artemis, for being here in the evening. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you, viewers, for being here for tonight's stream of BioShock Infinite. I greatly appreciate it. I know I haven't, like, you know, properly completed BioShock or done, like, you know, a good consistent playthrough to, like, properly get it done, considering I did BioShock, like, over a year ago. Oh, and there's only, like, 3 games, but we'll get it done at some point. Most likely we'll get it done before 2026 is over. So, yeah. There's going to be a bit of a change to the schedule that was released earlier this week, because there's a little bit of a scheduling conflict on Friday night's intended stream of Diablo, so that one's probably going to be a cancellation or something or rather. So I'll get a schedule out in the near future about that. But otherwise, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.